Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And we're doing an open discussion today about Christianity, about Jesus. And I got the rabbi here, the one and only, the Rabbi, Rabbi Singer, and he is ready to take on any questions people might have. I'm really what I'm targeting right now is Orthodox Christians, Catholics, Protestants, people who believe in Christianity. So just to simplify so that we're all on the same page, we're going to cut right to the chase, and we're going to assume that everything in the Old Testament is historical. It all happened. It's all Moses, Abraham.
Just one thing, Neil, I apologize. One thing.
Yeah.
I'm getting your voice in my ear, double. Your echo.
Oh, are you do you have the link signed in on one of your tabs?
Oh, that's possible. You know what?
Make sure you just get
smokes.
That.
That is so crazy.
It didn't show up in the stream, so we're good.
Right. We're all good. We're
so
good.
For the to make this easier, so we're not like going from different, we want to keep this in one area of discussion. Does Jesus of Nazareth fulfill the messianic prophecy of what the Messiah is supposed to do according to the foundations of what the Messiah is supposed to be? So, for example, according to what the priesthoods in Israel and Jerusalem were assuming the Messiah was going to do. So I want to hear from any type of Christian, Orthodox Christian, Catholics, whatever. Even maybe Muslims want to jump in and say if Jesus was, because I think in some Islamic branches, they think he's the Messiah. And so, yeah, let's bring it on. Super chats, quick. If you super chat, you skip the line. I'll read the super chat. That's a good way to ask a question. But I also have pinned to the top of the chat is the link for people to join in. And I guess while we're waiting, I'll ask you a question. And this is the one I get the most. The one I get the most. Well, there's a few that I get that are pretty up there in like how often people are like, how could you not see it? One of them is obviously Daniel. We discussed Daniel. But Zechariah is a big one. His feet will touch the Mount of Olives. And, that type of stuff with the suffering motif of the suffering servant. What are your thoughts on Jesus fulfilling Zechariah? I think it's Zechariah 12. We can look it up if that's not it.
Well, touching feet would probably be Zechariah 14. The key messianic.
14, sorry about that. Yeah.
The key messianic. Zechariah 12 is also messianic and intriguing.
Yeah.
The key element of the messianic, because Zechariah 12 and much of 14 are the precursor events to the messianic age. For example, there's a lot of war discussed in 12 through 14. So when the Messiah comes, war will come to an end. This is what's very critical. The knowledge of God will fill the world. So you see what's going on in the Ukraine today. There's war. That means the Messiah is not here. You see what's happening in Israel, in Gaza. That means the Messiah is not here. You see what's happening in Yemen. That means the Messiah is not here, because nation will not lift up sword against nation, neither will they learn of war anymore. Isaiah chapter 2. You talk about Zechariah 14, the God will be king of the whole world. His name will be one, and he will be one. That's Zechariah 14, verse 9. 14:21, which is the last passage of the entire book of Zechariah, describes how the nation's kings will bring a sacrificial offerings back in the temple, which according to the Christian Bible, that's not even possible. So it's world peace, universal knowledge of God, the ingathering of the exiles of the Jews back to the land of Israel. See the last chapter of the book of Amos, really important. See Isaiah chapter 43. Elijah the prophet precedes the coming of Mashiach to announce it. And that's the building of the third temple in Jerusalem. Those are the events, and eventually the resurrection of the dead. So this is the point. There's just no relationship between what the church teaches about Jesus and what the Hebrew Bible teaches about Mashiach, the Messiah. We're using the same word, but we don't mean the same thing. That's what's very important. And very frequently, Christians and Jews are using the same language, the same verba, the exact language, but we mean something completely different. One other point:
Sure.
Judaism and Christianity are not on an even playing field. Means they're saying the Christians concede that they have to prove themselves through the Hebrew Bible, and that's the claim they're making in 2 Timothy 3:16, where whoever the author was, it's putatively Paul, that it's scripture that whoever wrote 2 Timothy, it's a pastoral epistle, its authorship is questionable, but the Luke 24, it is the Hebrew Bible on which the Christianity dies or lives. It has to prove itself. Judaism doesn't have to prove itself in terms of Christianity. We're not on an even playing field.
That's an interesting point, because before I just want to pull up the verse, but just to respond to what you just said there, it seems to me, at least from where you're coming from in your tradition in rabbinic Judaism, that Judaism is saying we're going to put our money where our mouth is. No, there is no like proving anything. It's just going to happen, and until it happens, we're not saying anything or trying to prove anything. It's just we're just waiting. Whereas in Christianity, sort of has to play this game where it's like, well, our Messiah already came and he fulfilled these things, and we have to go back into history and read text and hope that they're correct on whatever the claim is. And you just don't get that with rabbinic Judaism. Am I right?
Yeah, let's not use the word rabbinic Judaism. I think that'll confuse people. Let me make it very clear, and this is going to offend a lot of viewers, and I don't mean to be, but I think we have to. Judaism is not dependent on Christianity, but Christianity is dependent on Judaism, and it's not because I'm saying that or I'm strawmanning this. If you would have believed in Moses, you would have believed in me because he wrote about me, John 5:46.
Well, that's why
the Bible's making that claim.
That's why in order to even have this conversation, you have to assume we have to assume all this stuff in the Old Testament books are there. You can't operate without that. So you kind of have to go. It is interesting that you have to go through. You have to go through believe in Judaism to an extent for Christianity to even.
To an extent, Christianity holds it is the fulfillment of Judaism.
Right.
That's what Christians insist on. Christianity, Jesus is the fulfillment of the law. That's the Sermon on the Mount, and that's how Christians view Matthew 5:17. So, in the Christian view, the church is the fulfillment of Judaism. It's not a change, but it's the fulfillment. It's all the entire Old Testament, the church claims, is all pointing to the cross. It's all pointing to Calvary. It's all pointing to the Lamb. Of course, none of it is. There's no relationship between the two. And just another point, this is a logical point. Every accretion is less likely. I mean, whatever likelihood you would place on Christianity, which is another hypothesis on top of Judaism, it's even less likely that the Mormon Church, the Church of the Latter-day Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, it's just another accretion, less likely. But Christianity has to prove itself. It claims in the Christian Bible that it does, and of course it does not. In fact, the passage in Luke 24:40 through 4 through 46 doesn't even exist anywhere in the Hebrew Bible. It's a complete phantom verse.
Interesting. Now, I wanted to pull this up because this is what we were talking about, and I just want to go back to what you said about this. And it's the one. This is when everyone points to. They say, "Look at this. Look how clearly it explains Jesus. A day will come. A day of the Lord is coming. Jerusalem will be in your possessions will be plundered and divided up within your very walls. I will gather all." And I'll just put a little asterisk in that. We're going to go back to that in a second. I will gather all the nations to Jerusalem to fight against it. The city will be captured, the houses ransacked, and the women. Half the city will go into exile, but the rest of the people will not be taken from the city. The Lord will go out and fight against those nations as he fights on a day of battle. On that day, his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives east of Jerusalem, and the Mount of Olives will be split in two from east to west, forming a great valley with half the mountain moving north. Okay, I just have to stop right there because they're so this, and this is kind of what you were saying. They're very selective. It's not even, they don't even select verses. They select half of verses sometimes, because look at how much of this didn't actually happen. There was no nation. They didn't gather all the nations of the world. Didn't all go to Jerusalem. That happened after Jesus anyway. If you're gonna say 70 A.D. was that, but that's not even. That's only just Rome. It wasn't like Rome and China and what Han Dynasty. I think what was the Han Dynasty? I think it was. Not like the Han Dynasty came over and helped Rome fight again. It just was Rome. It's not the nation. All right, so that's one thing. And then another thing is like that's a big claim that the Mount of Olives will be split in two from east to west, forming the Great Valley. That didn't happen. And it's like they're very selective on how they want to fulfill this, right?
Well, you need to fulfill all of it. They could argue, and it wouldn't even be an argument. A person could believe that Jerusalem was divided for 19 years, from 1948 to 1967. It could describe the Jews being expelled from the old city of Jerusalem in the spring of 1948. Of course, those are all tenable arguments. The problem I think you raise is perfect. You stated it exactly. You have to fill all of it. Continue in verse 16. The survivors of all the nations that attacked Jerusalem, what are they going to do? They're going to go up every year and worship God, and they'll celebrate the Festival of Tabernacles. Well, that hasn't happened yet. That's a universal knowledge of God. So 14 describes the precursor events of the war. Incidentally, we have very similar language in Zechariah 12, where nations will come up against Jerusalem. Jerusalem will be a heavy burdensome stone to all those who attack it, but they don't read the end of it. So
that was the point that I was trying to bring across. It's very selective on, but we do have someone that kindly joined, and I'm glad to have him here. I've seen his name around before. That's Grayson. Nice. How you doing, Grayson? Welcome, man.
Oh, hey, how's it going? Yeah, good.
Good to have you on. And so whenever you want to contribute, or any questions you have, or anything you want to challenge on the Messianic prophecy, the floor is yours, man.
Yeah, sure. I just kind of jumped in a few minutes ago, so I'm not super up to date with everything that's going on.
Yeah, we just started. Just to get you caught up to speed, all we're talking about is, did Jesus fulfill Scripture and why?
Okay, yeah.
I'll not the same Zechariah. You can go anywhere you want.
Yeah, no, I'll kind of to be upfront, I'd say I would be trying to position myself to defend kind of the Orthodox, small O Orthodox Christian claim that yes, he did. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to be the best possible proponent of that proposition, given that I don't know the original languages and all that stuff, but I'll give you my perspective the best I can.
Sure.
So yeah, why don't you guys just keep going and I'll weigh in. I don't really have anything prepared.
Okay. Then if you don't mind, go ahead.
Grayson, first of all, thank you for joining us, and you're an Orthodox Christian, lowercase o. So what would your question be for an Orthodox Jew, uppercase O?
Oh, that's a good one. Let me think. I would say, do you see uppercase O Orthodox Judaism as it exists today as being the continuation of Second Temple Judaism as it existed in the time of Christ? And feel free to nuance that question as much as you need to, because I don't know if that's the best way to frame it. Or has there been development that took place since then, basically, is my question.
Right. So nothing changed except our circumstances. In the first century, the Jews were exiled from the land of Israel, the opposite of what's supposed to happen in the Messianic age. See Isaiah 43, but no. The Jewish faith, the core principles of Judaism haven't changed, and it was called Pharisaic Judaism. The term is an anachronism, and the term Orthodox Judaism was just really was coined a few centuries ago to to distinguish it from a reform movement that emerged after the Enlightenment and subsequently the conservative movement and American development. So Judaism has not changed. Our core beliefs haven't altered at all. It's just our predicament in the first third of the first century. Orthodox Jews were living in the land of Israel. In the last third of the first century, most of the Jews were expelled, the temple was destroyed, and the commonwealth that had lasted for centuries had come to an end with the Roman Empire. Things would get worse, but our practice has not altered. What we believe hasn't changed at all. It's identical. And for example, I live in Jerusalem. I could walk to the Israel Museum and it wouldn't take long. And I can stand in a room filled with the Dead Sea Scrolls and I can read them. I can read them like you can read a newspaper. I mean, it's the same thing. Like, and conversely, you sound like you're an American, right? But if you were to read or hear Middle or Middle Chaucer, you wouldn't be able to read it. If you were to encounter the English language as it was spoken, 800 years ago, you wouldn't be able to you would sound like a completely different language. So our language, our faith, our beliefs have remained intact.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's interesting. There is some variation with biblical Hebrew, though. Like I know that the Song of the Sea in Exodus, for example, is particularly ancient, as well as the narrative of the Song of Deborah, I believe, is also I've heard posed as a bit of a translation challenge, even for modern Hebrew speakers.
Let me give you the inside track on this. It would.
Yeah, I'm on the outside here, so
even some. Yeah, so it really. When I say it isn't different, I'll give you an example. Okay, how difficult would it be for you as a native English speaker to read the King James version as it was written in 1611? So it was using Jacobean English. The answer is it would be no problem for you at all. Would you encounter terms like thee and thou and words that are now anachronism, they're outdated? Of course you would. But you have no trouble reading the King James Version, and you wouldn't say that the King James Version is written in a different language. So yeah, the fact there's a colon, like a colon use in grammar only developed about a half a century before the King James, which is published in 1611. It was is 16th century. So yeah, that kind of, but you would, I think, very quickly realize that you can read 1611 English language. You can read The Merchant of Venice, which was written a dozen years before the King James in 1599. You'd have no trouble. It doesn't mean that Shakespeare wasn't using words that we don't use anymore, that fell out of use, but it's the same language, and that's exactly what it is. So don't think for a moment that it's a different language. There are just very slight changes. It's not like, Chaucer. It's nothing like that. It's the same language with, obviously, there are new nuances, some words that we don't say in the words of the Ten Commandments. I am the Lord your God who took you out of Egypt. So in modern Hebrew, we don't use the word anochi. Just like you, as an American, would never use the word thou or thee. You just wouldn't. You understand what it means. You just wouldn't use it. So it's the same language. Okay.
Sure. I had one more to throw at you, actually, sure, because this is
sure.
I know there's variation within this on Judaism, and I'm certainly betraying my degree of ignorance with these questions, I'm sure, but this is just stuff I've picked up being outside your tradition. I know there's variation among Jewish groups as to what, if any, should be the continued role of the temple or the Levitical priesthood or the sacrificial system. Like if you were able to rebuild the temple tomorrow, should the animal sacrifices resume, or is it Maimonides who kind of viewed them as a sort of pedagogical device on God's part for that time that was meant to teach certain lessons and that doesn't necessarily need to be reinstated. Like, what does your tradition in Judaism teach about that?
So I think there's more commonality between us than you think, even though I'm a capital O and you're a lowercase o. In that we both believe that the book of Ezekiel, all 48 chapters, are the word of God, right? You're a Christian, I'm an Orthodox Jew. We believe those are holy. That's a holy book. It's a part of the prophets. Well, the last 9 chapters of a book that you believe is the word of God describes the third temple built in Jerusalem in the full order of sacrifices. The sin offering restored, see Ezekiel 43, 44, 45. So it's not like, what do we believe? We believe that the Bible is really trustworthy, and the full order of the sacrificial system will be restored. I'm a priest, means I'm a Kohen. I'm part of that order. And in fact, we study the laws that are assigned to it. Now, there is a disagreement, a philosophical disagreement. It's not a disagreement over has any practical, that means why was the sacrificial system there? So in Maimonides' view, it was there to give Jewish people a way to not be a pagan and to have a practice that had in some ways was similar to the nations around. It's not the consensus view, but his view is that the full sacrificial system in full order will be restored in the Messianic age. Okay, so good question.
Grayson, if you want, you don't have to leave. There was someone else that wanted to join. If you want to, it's up to you. You can go, or if you wanted to wait around for this other person to come and ask a couple questions.
No, I'll just hang out here. I've got something to do, but I'll hang out and listen along.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. All right, we got Saul now. Oh, by the way, there's a super chat from Adam Green. Thank you for that super chat. He says Jesus' story is a myth derived from Scripture. So Adam's making the case that they're taking the Scripture and making it fulfilled by forcing. And I don't know. I think there's some truth to that, but you can't really, because if that's the case, they could have just wrote perfectly clearly that he did all these things exactly how the Scripture was supposed to play out. So I think it might not be as true. I don't know. Agree with that 100%.
The problem is they couldn't, because you can make up a virgin birth story, like you and I can make up any story about someone's conception 2,000 years ago. You either believe it or don't, but you can't invent universal peace and universal knowledge of God and the ingathering of the exiles and the building of the temple. So that's not accessible. There are people who have an unflattering view of Christianity, who think actually that like Christianity was almost an invention of the Jews to mess up the non-Jews. There is that idea out there. It's not consensus, not mainstream, but it is out there. I think it's kind of odd, but because the New Testament is particularly anti-Jewish. The entire book of Hebrews, all 13 chapters, is essentially an argument against the Jewish faith. The book of Hebrews was written while the temple was standing. It's a fairly early book. It was written before the Gospels, probably about 64. So, I don't subscribe to that. I think the church was stuck with the Hebrew Bible and had to alter it to make it appear Christological. It was the other way around.
Nice. I'm sorry, Saul, but right before you start, I just want to read this last super chat out. Lev Polyakov, thank you for the super chat. I'd love for you guys to tackle Donnie Darkin's highlighting Zechariah 12 through 14, which he interprets to mean the destruction of Jerusalem to come, saying that's sort of what we're talking about, but he says it's going to happen later. Neil, I sent you a DM with that Twitter photo. We will get to this after we talk to Saul. Thank you for that super chat. I'll bring this back up on the screen as well. Thank you for that. Go ahead, Saul.
Gentlemen, thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes. Sound good.
So I will hopefully join the conversation and see if we can generate some discussion here. So the question is, did Jesus fulfill Scripture? Right. And now how and in what way, I think, is how maybe we can get into it. Right. And I think before we can get really deep into it, we might need to establish a couple simple points that we can all agree on. For instance, I come from a tradition that takes oral Torah very seriously. We look at it very importantly, to where the written work work together with the oral, very, very simply put. And so one of the ways we can simply make this aspects of Messiah make sense to people is, for one, can we establish that the scriptures as they are written, right, whether you take it from a scholarly stance or from a faith stance, they were written specifically for a certain group of people. Some would call the definition of it esoteric, meaning in Judaism, we say that the Torah was written for the Jewish people, for Israel. And so therefore that definition fits it in esoteric. So if we can all agree for a second.
I would just, just a caveat. The Torah itself states that all the nations will be very familiar and study the Torah. And in Deuteronomy chapter 4, the Torah says that the nations will all be marveled by the Torah. So the Torah is stating very clearly that all the nations will know about the Torah and be marveled by it. And it's a very famous, important chapter, Deuteronomy 4, verse 12. I'd encourage you to look at that. But for the most part, the Torah was given for the Jewish people. That's fine.
Right. And it's also, it's written that, some of the prophecies we might go over, they will be like David. And me and Rabbi, that David is the aspect of the oral Torah, right? And when we're interpreting the Bible, David represents oral Torah. And so anybody who knows that oral Torah means that basically this is the interpretation, the proper interpretation of the written scriptures. Okay? Very simply. There's a proper interpretation. David, King David?
Yeah. Okay.
He represents oral Torah in Judaism.
How is that?
Because David represents the Sephirah of Malchut, and Malchut represents oral Torah.
Okay. I'm not sure.
Is it maybe because David wrote this is traditionally ascribed to the Psalms? Maybe.
Yeah, in a simple way to put it, David represented represents a man who is well acquainted with how to properly interpret the written scriptures. And so the oral Torah has, for instance, everyone always looks at Judaism and they see the Talmud, they see the Gemara, and they see all these different interpretations, and they see different things like the Zohar and different sages throughout the generations through Jewish history. There's all these different interpretations, and they're very esoteric. Very, very esoteric, right? To where it was written for a specific people to understand it, and it wasn't going to be given for everyone to understand what is really being said here. It was written in a coded way. Very simply put, okay? So the premise of what I'm trying to get at here, before we get into any of the debate, is the scriptures are esoteric. And when I say esoteric, they were written for specific people to understand them.
I don't accept that. I mean, I think it's quite the opposite. I think that all the world will know about the God of Israel. I accept that you believe that, and I respect that. We don't know each other, but I don't accept that at all. In fact, I think that all the nations will know the truth, and that Daniel is having elaborate conversation with Nebuchadnezzar, and informing him of Torah. So I respect that you believe it, but I don't think that's the case at all. Moreover, kingship and the Messiah is in the Torah itself. The fourth oracle of Bilam in Numbers 24:17, in Genesis 49 verse 10. That's long before King David. The Torah is 300 years older than David. So but let's go on to your point, because
okay. Does anybody else have any objections to the scriptures being esoteric?
I don't have any objection, but I'm still. I just want to see where you're going with this. But
as in they're meant to only be understood by the Jewish people.
I mean,
or some people in the scholarly, you can look at it one way. In Judaism, yeah, we look at it that people have Jewish souls and they're able to attain certain levels of the Torah based upon their Jewish soul or not. And so, but in scholarly, we look at it like this text was written with a specific pattern in a specific coded way that was written for people who had a certain initiation. And so you can look at it as either in the, in whether you want to look at it scholarly or not, or in the faith, it's all esoteric, which meaning it's written for a specific type of people to understand it.
Yeah, no, I think that I agree with the rabbi here that there are multiple prophecies about the Torah kind of going out to all the nations, and there are to this day billions of people in the world at least attempting to worship the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. None of us would agree that we're all getting it correct, but we're all at least drawing from that text and attempting to worship the God that's described in that text. The rabbi certainly thinks I'm doing it wrong. I think he's doing it wrong. It's we can all agree on that.
But I can believe that your intent is one that is very special. As it turns out, I agree with you again. Literally 1 out of 2 people that occupy our planet believe that the Torah is a holy book. That means it doesn't mean that you have to believe that, but I'm just saying 1 out of 2 people on this planet believe that the Torah and Torah was holy and Moses was a prophet. That's a staggering number. So yeah, it
sure,
is.
Yeah,
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
The question of having an initiation, there are certainly elements in the Christian tradition where people are warned against sort of just diving into the scripture without a community to help guide them, without having sort of the wisdom of the tradition behind them to help them read it in the proper context, or without attempting to have praxis along with that to like live a holy life.
Okay.
You can certainly read the Bible without any of those supports and not do yourself any favors and come to a lot of mistaken conclusions and really, really mislead yourself in some serious ways. So in that sense, I think it's important to be initiated into and guided by a community and a tradition. So perhaps that's where we can meet on the question of esotericism.
All right.
Neil, you're on mute.
Whoops. There's someone in the chat that I just want to I want to hold that thought for a second on the esoteric thing. I have a feeling this is going to be interesting, the way they're chatting away in the comments. Let's bring them on just for a quick little, let's just entertain ourselves here. All right. Wesley, I saw your comments in the chat. It's pretty interesting stuff. What is your thought? What is your argument here?
Before Jesus caused himself to be born of the Jewish Virgin Mary, he appeared to Noah and gave Noah a Jewish secret that the Jews are not to write on paper or tell outside the house. A secret about a man come to bring peace to all the world, who has the dove, who meets Noah, gives him a plum, and can speak and interpret every language known to mankind. He also knows some words that I will not say on this TV show, for they are not to be written on paper or told outside the house. It would be unlawful for me to say them on the TV.
Where are you getting? I'd interject. What text are you drawing on here?
Gave him that secret when he was a child. I will give you a hint. Tovia, you mixed, you did not blend. Jesus gave that secret to Noah. I am the man of the earth. Jesus, would you put in the mouths of all those people the taste of honey in this same minute? For I told the vision, and telling the vision is how the 144,000 shall be sealed in their foreheads. I shall gather the 12 tribes of Israel, the 144,000 young Jewish children who never watched TV.
Where did TV come from?
Well, according to Jesus, watching and using TV is magic. So we are doing magic right now.
Well, how did Jesus talk about TV 2,000 years ago before TV was invented?
Jesus appeared to you on August 25th, 2005 and said, tell the vision. He appeared to you on, of course you say he didn't. Soon your act of lies and fraud shall be cast into hell, beginning with the wheel in the middle of the wheel, the color of beryl. The wheel in the middle of the wheel, the color of beryl. I have seen it, and I have met the 4 men that built it. And I have told the FBI everything I know to try to stop it. I do not want
Whoa!
to. It's a nuclear bomb in a green Volvo that shall be parked in the Twin Towers called Marina City.
Okay. All right. We can't. That sounds a little.
Hell begins that day.
I just want to, before I let you go, you're not planning on making this happen, are you? You're not going to.
That day you shall hear Jesus say, "Come up Eliakim."
What day is this going to happen on?
I do not know the date. I only saw the thing and met the guys and found out their plan and tried to stop it to help you.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. And it was something for us to think about. And
did you not just taste the taste of honey in your mouth? America?
No, I didn't. No.
Then you.
All right. So I had a feeling it was going to be very interesting just on the way he was talking in the private chat. So I just wanted to bring him on to just to switch it up. But anyways, let's go back to what you guys were saying with the esoteric stuff. Saul, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. So, all right. So obviously, Neil, you agree that I guess the scriptures are esoteric, and you guys are on the point that it's written for everyone to understand. Correct? Just so I'm getting that right.
I'm going to let Rabbi and Grayson respond. I'm fine with that, but I'm just it's more for them.
So I believe that that knowledge of the Torah cannot be just accessible. You talk about esoteric, meaning a small defined group of people, but rather has to be accessible to everyone, not just to scholars and people with fancy rabbinic degrees. And in fact, if you read the book of Genesis, any child could understand it. Noah, as it turns out, was not a Jew, yet he knew the laws of clean and unclean animals, see Genesis 7. So I don't subscribe to that at all. I think that the knowledge of God will cover the world as the water covers the sea. Isaiah 11, verse 9 needs to be taken very seriously.
Okay. All right. So
I have a question for the rabbi. If Saul, if you're continuing a particular line of questioning, I'll certainly defer to you. But
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So one thing I've studied a little bit, and again, I'm certainly out of my depth, is the idea of the 2 powers in heaven in Second Temple Judaism. So it's the idea that there's multiple texts in the Torah in the Old Testament where it says no one can see God and live, and yet there are passages that seem to contradict this, where God says he's spoken to Moses face to face. He sits down and eats a meal with him. He comes and visits Abraham, and they appear to talk face to face before the destruction of Sodom. So there are texts that come up largely in the Enochic tradition during the Second Temple period, which start developing this idea of there being 2 powers in heaven, where there's God the Father, and then there's a sort of second person that's sometimes referred to as the Word of God or the angel of the Lord, where that's another thing that comes up in the Torah, is this angel of the Lord figure appears and sometimes seems to act as God himself, will accept worship from people when other angelic beings will not, because they say that they're not God. So one interpretation I've heard of what happens after 70 AD is that you essentially have the Pharisaic or rabbinic tradition, which becomes modern day Judaism. And then you have Christianity, which drew on a lot of the Second Temple texts and elements, like Enochic texts and elements that describe the 2 powers in heaven and that sort of drop out of rabbinic Judaism. And that is what carries forward into Christianity. So those are kind of the 2 branches you get after the destruction of the temple, because obviously the sort of third tradition you would have that was, kind of the Zadokite or the Sadducee or Zadokite priesthood drops out because you don't have the temple anymore. So
Right.
those are the two that go forward. But yeah, I was curious if you would be able to
Sure.
comment on the
Yeah.
two powers and have an idea, or the Enochic tradition
Yeah.
there.
So that's Siegel's idea, and that's not borne out by the scriptures. When the Bible says that Moses spoke to God face to face, the passage continues. There's a modifier, and that is um, as a man speaks to his friend. And Moses was able to hear God speak to him while he was fully conscious, as the Torah says, while other prophets were only able to communicate with God in his sleep. So Isaiah lived 700 years before Second Temple was destroyed, long before during the Assyrian Empire. And Isaiah says, "Atem edai nom Hashem, you are my witnesses," declares the Lord. Avdi asher bacharti, my servant I have chosen, so that you know, believe, and understand that I am God. Besides me, there is no God formed. Even I am the Lord, and besides me, there is no Savior. Isaiah certainly wasn't part of rabbinic Judaism. Isaiah 46, verse 9, that there's no one besides me. Now, it is true, and this is where people can get into trouble, that Tanakh uses different conventions than we do. As a very striking example that's germane to the point you're raising, and that is anyone who speaks in God's name can be called God. Even Moses himself in Exodus chapter 7, verse 1, after Moses said that he had a speech impediment, he wasn't worthy of speaking to Pharaoh, God said to him, "You will be a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron, your brother, will be your prophet." Doesn't mean that Moses was worthy of worship. Angels are called gods. So Jacob wrestled in the Torah with God, we're told. But when we see the book of Hosea, Hosea again is not rabbinic Judaism. Hoshea was a contemporary of Isaiah, lived during the Assyrian Empire, meaning 700 years ago. Chapter 12, verse 4 says explicitly that Jacob was wrestling with an angel. So this is unfortunate. This is unfortunate because this makes it very difficult for people, unless you have a global knowledge of Tanakh, that even judges in Exodus 21 and 22 are called God. It doesn't mean that judges are God, but because when they are adjudicating Torah principles, they are speaking God's name. They're called God. Isaiah, in a very provocative conversation with Achaz, it's provocative because the church uses it. Isaiah 7. Isaiah himself is called God. So we have to be very careful with this. People write dissertations that have to be novel, unique. They have to be, or else you don't get your PhD. And obviously, there's so much room here to say, this angel is called God, which is true. That doesn't mean the angel is actually worthy of God. In fact, the Hebrew word for angel is a malach, same Arabic, which means a messenger. Also, it's the same word for king. So because of this convention that's in the Hebrew Bible, that's completely unconventional to us, that disparity leaves the Hebrew Bible very vulnerable to these kinds of theories. The Jewish approach to hermeneutics is the following. If you have texts that are ambiguous, and of course there are texts in the Hebrew Bible that are not completely clear, people are speaking to an angel, but they call, "I've seen God." And we have other texts that are clear. So we have some ambiguous passages, and we have this enormous volume of very clear scripture. The hermeneutic goes like this. We use texts that are in the light, that are clear, to interpret texts that are in the dark, that are ambiguous. Now, I will concede this to you, that if you reverse that and you use unclear passages to reinterpret the clear passages, we're going to get ourselves into an enormous amount of trouble. So now, you mentioned about the idea of a word. So there's truth to that. in that, how did God create the world? Well, go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 3. Vayomer Elohim yihi or, and God said, let there be light. Vayi or, and there was light. That's Genesis 1, verse 3. So in the tradition of the Torah, God uttered a word, in Hebrew devar, in Aramaic memra, and from that word came out what he was creating. In this case, it's light that's created first. So, but that doesn't mean that God's word is a God. That idea is going to be developed in a Hellenistic framework, and certainly Philo of Alexandria, a Jew from North Africa who was not Orthodox, would develop this idea in a Hellenistic framework of the Logos, which no doubt the author of the first 18 passages of John chapter 1, the prologue, is going to borrow from. There is all that's happening is because putatively we're all speaking the same language, meaning the Bible and us, we therefore just think we can apply things. But as it turns out, the Bible is using a very different standard, very different convention, and Rabbinic Judaism is not a development of these core principles. It's borne out by the clear text, but just use the clear text. Forgive me for using this word, it's going to offend a lot of people. Every heresy is always conceived by reinterpreting clear passages by passages that are ambiguous.
Interesting.
All Christians, incidentally, would agree with this. That means all Orthodox Christians would believe that the core, it's like the laws of thermodynamics, it's immutable, that scripture that's in the light are used to interpret scriptures in the dark, never the other way around, or else we'll be all over the place. And and that's what the Church of the Latter-day Saints does. That's what Rome, they all do this stuff.
So we have a couple of questions that are ready to go, and there's one more person waiting at the bottom. Saul, do you have any want to respond to that, or would?
No. I want to get into some things, but I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, let me just read the super chat out. We'll get back to that in a second. This is from Constellation Pegasus. Is Rashi commentary credible, and do Orthodox Jews believe and practice Kabbalah?
Oh, wow, I didn't expect that at all. That there was no connection there. So Rashi is a super commentary. He was really completely unique. He was born in 1040. He died in 1104. Yeah. And he was one of the great giants, really one of the great giants of a period called the Rishonim, which means the early one. So he's held in the highest regard. It doesn't mean, incidentally, that in every single instance, his view is the view that's accepted by the consensus. I can give you many examples where the consensus is not according to Rashi, but Rashi is held in great esteem. But it does not mean that Rashi is not we don't always follow Rashi, although we take him very seriously and are looking for why would Rashi say it that way. In fact, in his commentary in the book of Zechariah, he begins by saying that I don't have a Masorah for this book. I'll interpret it based on the best of my knowledge. So just Rashi is held in very, very high esteem. That's all.
All right. That Constellation Pegasus, thank you for that super chat. Oh, by the way, he did also ask about Orthodox Jews.
Yes, they do.
They do?
Kabbalah is inwrought within Judaism. You cannot practice Kabbalah without Judaism.
Of course.
I'm sorry.
Or Judaism without
Kabbalah. So are you Jewish or just wondering?
Yes, tell that to Madonna.
Sorry about that. I thought you were Christian. I'm sorry. My bad. Okay. Wait, so that's interesting. Saul, do you believe Jesus was the Messiah?
Not according to the way you guys think of Messiah.
All right. Well, I got to keep you here now. But there is someone who's waiting. Wait, do you want to continue on that trajectory, or do you want to see what this next? I mean,
yeah. So right off the bat, let's keep it on the topic. Was Jesus fulfilled Scripture, and obviously, how could he have fulfilled Scripture? Would be the debate, and we can argue from there. I wanted to start off with the topic of esoteric. Obviously, this is Gnostic informant. This should be more along those lines, anyways. So that way we can possibly enter into some of the holy secrets of the Torah. So one thing off the bat is Judaism teaches reincarnation. It is a fact of Torah. It is matter of fact, it's mamash. You will be deemed a heretic if you reject reincarnation. Now, obviously, different sects and people will argue different ways that it's not in the Torah. We can argue, we can debate that topic, or we can just accept that that could be part of the tradition, and then that'll allow us to be able to see how certain characters fulfill scriptures and how they fit throughout timelines. So if we can all accept that in part of interpreting the Hebrew Torah would be through the lens of reincarnation, which would be called Gilgolim Neshemot in Hebrew, which is a fact of Hebrew faith, and it's been since the beginning. We see this in passages like, if your brother dies not having any children, you shall go into his wife and raise up seed for him and name that firstborn after the one who died, so that his name is not blotted out of his people, from his people. And so commentators have always commentated on this and let us know that this is, mamash, like literally reincarnation, that guy who died not having any children was put into that boy, and that's why he was given the name. This is also seen very, very, very simply. We don't have to get into a bunch of scriptures and commentaries, but it's very simply in the Ten Commandments. It says that Hashem visits the sins of the fathers upon the children, by no means leaving the guilty unpunished. This does not mean that the sons pay for the father's sin, but every soul will pay for its own sin. So the commentators in Judaism tells us that this is reincarnation, Gilgul Neshimot. And this is the reason why I wanted to start off with the aspect of esoteric, because as soon as we entered into that topic, that's going to remove certain people from from being able to conversate with that, because there's an epidemic of okay, I'll stop there. Hey, is there anything you guys want to interject?
Nope.
Okay. So in the Torah, there are two brothers in the womb. They're twins. They're called Yaakov and Esav. And we know that, yes, they were two men who lived, maybe thousands of years ago, but in a more of a esoteric level, they represent certain people, certain nations, and they represent certain certain groups, right? And also soul groups, and also you can interpret it through individual people as well too. But the way we interpret it is they're very, very simple. Is that they're the major religions of the world are separated between Yaakov, Esav, and Ishmael.
Let me just, forgive me, I apologize. It's nearly 2:00 in the morning here in Israel, and so we're going to need to wrap it up soon. And I would just want to give people a chance who have questions about Judaism and Christianity to do that. The Levitical, the Levirate marriage, that's Deuteronomy 25, is about the fellow who dies and has no children, so his brother perpetuates the memory of his dead brother by marrying his wife, the widow, and naming the child. There's nothing in there about reincarnation. But in truth, it's 2:00 in the morning in Jerusalem right now. So,
so what you're saying is you just want, if you can, Saul, if you could kind of give a little quicker.
Yes.
Just if you have a question.
Yes. So I'll put it to you simply. Yes. So it's written very, very simply that Esav will worship Yaakov. Okay. Esav will worship Yaakov. Many rabbis have told us throughout the ages that this represents Christians, the descendants of Esav, worshiping a Jew, which would be the fulfillment of obviously what we see here. And so that's a really simple way to put that. If it's 2:00 in the morning, we can get into the peculiars, but
let me just respond to that.
Sure.
So the nations of the world at the end of days will recognize their error. And I encourage you to read the 60th chapter of the book of Isaiah. It does not mean worship, but it means that they will come to the Jew, as in Zechariah 8:23, teaches about God. For now we know that God is with you, and the sons of them that afflicted you will come bowing down to you. It does not mean that non-Jews are going to worship Jews or anything like that. It means they're going to want to have a part of all of it. This is the fulfillment of spectacular prophecies that move throughout the book of Isaiah, very specifically from beginning of chapter 2. In Tanakh, when someone serves someone, it means they're joining them. So what's in view is not that the Gentiles worship a Jew, but it's the Jewish people. Again, see the end of Zechariah chapter 8, see Isaiah chapter 60 and 61, see Isaiah 54, really see all of it. It's not about...
Yeah.
Or like Isaiah 43, Isaiah 45, that talks about there will be converts. There will be those who will say, I am of Jacob, I am Hashem's. And so we know that if you read Masechet Avodah Zarah, that the nations are going to convert to Judaism, which we both know that. Are you familiar with the Agada of it's called the Otzart Midrashim from Rabbeinu Tam?
Yes.
There's a very, 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 very big rabbi, and he brings down for us that Rav Shimon Kefa, which people know as Simon Peter or Saint Peter, was actually a Zadik. And there's a couple different rabbis who tell us this as well. And this tells us that there's a phrase in the Torah that tells us that Yaakov was walking with Esau one time, and they met with each other, and Esau was telling him, come on, let's go. And Jacob's like, no, just go ahead. I got ox and donkey and sheep and people. Just go ahead, and I'll meet you in Seir. But he never went to Seir. He never went to the place where he told Esau he was going to go. So what the sages bring down for us is that this...
I just need to line this all up. I apologize. I just need to line this up. That there is a tradition, and you're quite correct, that's brought down by Rabbeinu Tam, it's brought down in the Bali Tosfos, it's brought down as a commentary by Rabbi Leibowitz in the section of Shulchan Aruch that deals with fast days, that there's a tradition, a legend that
sorry,
Shimon,
I gotta jump off. It's been a
Peter,
pleasure.
All right, Gracie.
has infiltrated the church in order to steer it away from the synagogue. That is a legend.
No,
is it actually historical or not historical? It's a legend. Some people oppose it, some don't. These are not... Let me just say this to you. The Tanakh is our authority, and these are legends. It doesn't mean they should be ignored. They're intriguing, but the interpretation that you're assigning to it is not correct. Shimon in this legend is not becoming a part of the church in order to guide the church to some truth. Just the opposite. The church is seen as the enemy of the Jewish faith, but its danger was that it had infiltrated the Jewish faith. And the legend goes that Shimon, Peter, was sent to pull the church away from the synagogue. Again, this is a legend. I don't know.
According to the sages, now this is found many sages. According to the sages, who was Yaakov wrestling with?
It's not sages in the Bible. He's wrestling with an angel.
I know, but who do we say that was? What angel?
It's an angel of
the angel of Esau, right? The angel of Esau, right? So let me ask you this: do you believe that the descendants of Esau are still here today?
Yes, I don't think that.
So do you believe that there's an angel over the descendants of Esau today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, every nation has an angel over it, like Persia, see 10:11.
Yes.
The only nation that doesn't really have that kind of angel is the Bnei Israel.
All right, let me try to speed things up. Saul, this is interesting what you're getting at, and I'm fascinated by it. I would like to talk to you more. With that being said, you're saying there's an angel for this group of people called Esau. What are you saying? What does that have to do with Jesus fulfilling let's get to the. I'm just saying, like, I want to get to how this gets to Jesus somehow, right?
Okay. All right. So, very simply put, our sages and many commentaries tell us that Jesus represents the angel over Esav, and he's known by the name Elohim, okay, which was a name that the rabbi was referring to earlier in the discourse. Okay, it's a specific name, and that many people, men, are called it throughout the scriptures. Okay, and this is these angels are called it, and men are called it, judges are called it, Moshe Rabbeinu's called it, and this is a very special name. I was told that it's likened to, but rather than a name, it's like a title, like a general. Many people can hold the general title, and it's just like many people can hold that Elohim name. One of the things we see here is that the sages tell us that that Jesus is the angel over Esav. And so one of the things that's interesting,
Could you just repeat that? Because I lost you on
the
that.
sages tell us that Yeshu, Jesus, is the angel over Esav. He's the
No.
angel of Esav.
Wait, where's this from? We have to.
This is from many. We can Shoshan Hasudot. There's many commentaries in different books we can look at for the Kabbalah, which are modern day commentaries.
Can you pull it up by any chance or no?
Let me just say this. This is, there are all sorts of conspiracy theories out there about like what brought down the Pentagon and Building 7, and these
I
are
don't know.
all conspiracies.
I don't
These
know
are
what you're
not
talking about.
no one. This is not mainstream thing. I certainly don't accept that. So, if you have a question for me, look, do this. Listen to me.
And I do want to
If
get to Ragamuffin too. He's been waiting a lot, so let's just let's. And
Just
Saul,
move
this is no offense to you, but we do. I just want to get this thing moving a little bit. That's all.
Let's do it because. All right.
All right, I'll be
Thank you for your insights. Appreciate it.
All right. If Saul, you want to hang back, that's fine. Let's get to. And by the way, Saul, it's fascinating and you're being very respectful. So I'm not trying to like push you aside or anything, but you're getting really deep. Like I don't even know. I've never even heard of half the shit you're bringing up right now. So we kind of, if you can, while we talk to Ragamuffin, pull up a source that you want to present to us, and then we could maybe look at it, and then we could go off of that. That would probably be the helpful thing to do. Thanks. Go ahead, Ragamuffin. The floor is yours. Question for Rabbi.
Hello. No, I don't actually have a question. I have a statement.
Okay.
I don't believe that Christ fulfilled things in the sense that he agreed with every single thing in fulfillment. I do believe that he fulfilled it in the sense that he came to willingly set his life down to free the minds and the hearts of many. And I'm under the persuasion, not under a belief, but under a knowing. For what I've discovered is that in a knowing, one is certain of what one truly knows to be real because one has put it into practice versus choosing to put stock in something that one has not experienced for oneself. So I have truly experienced the nature of our Creator through stillness and through practice of cutting off all five senses and being alone, outside of everything outside of myself, to go inside of myself to find my way. So I am under the esoteric persuasion. I am under the Gnostic persuasion of the mystic teachings of the Essenes. And I don't believe that the Most High that created everything ever wanted animals killed and slaughtered to fix another person's problem or sin. That's laziness. And I'm under the persuasion that this Creator of ours wants us to come before him ourselves in self-acknowledgement to correct things from the inward way to the outward. And that is all I came here to share, gentlemen. But I just wanted to bring that forth because that is where I'm at. And
I appreciate that. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for waiting and being respectful about it.
Absolutely.
Any thoughts on that, Rabbi, before Ragamuffin gets going?
No, nothing at all.
Interesting stuff. Thank you for that. We have a super chat from Lev Polyakov. Says, thoughts on Dr. Amon saying that the original Torah was in Greek earlier than the Dead Sea Scrolls and how it was more sophisticated in that language.
I don't even understand why someone would say something as silly as that.
Yeah, I didn't think you would have a. He thinks the Septuagint was the original Bible. Obviously, you don't think that, so there's really nowhere to go on that one.
Well, look,
go ahead, speak on it.
Let's just be honest. Frankly, those who the religious world see the Torah as a 3,300-year-old document, and there are other people who have there's a wide range of views on the age of the Torah, and you have what's called a minimalist view. Well, how minimal can you make it? There are people, for example, who believe that Jesus never existed. You know people like that.
Mhm.
You know, so obviously you have this wide range of views when you go
Right.
from orthodoxy to minimalism, and then you have these outlier views, whether it's that the Septuagint was the original Torah, which is completely nonsensical, or that Jesus never existed. Those are outlier views, so they're not. So I have nothing to say to that because it doesn't map onto anything. The Septuagint was put together of the 5 books of Moses about 250 BCE for the Alexandrian library, which was destroyed, and we have a very tiny relic of any of it left. The Septuagint we have today in our hands is largely, not completely, but largely a product of the church, certainly edited by Virgin.
Actually, there's a way we can test that and prove that you're correct on that, because the Greek manuscripts that were found in Qumran that predate the church, the Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus, and Codex Alexandricus, those are all from 325 AD or later. The ones that are the Greek, I'm not talking about the Hebrew, I'm talking about the Greek manuscripts that were found in Qumran have the Yao, Iota, Alpha, Omega
Boy,
spelled.
good for you.
Yeah, for
Good.
Yahweh. There's Yahweh in there. So they
Yahweh.
change it to Kyrios, the
Yeah.
Lord, and then it stays that way all the way till today. No one even knows that Yahweh was in the original Greek Septuagint. But that's just one thing. That's a fascinating topic for another day. We're
Let me just tell you this. I can take one more question, but it's at
okay.
2:10 in the morning here.
Let's roll for these super chats.
Take one more question. Go
All
ahead.
right. Can you do two? I think we got 2 more super chats after this. Can you do those?
Let's do 2 chats because it's
All right.
2:10 in the morning.
Constellation Pegasus says, was Deuteronomy written in the first or second temple period? I didn't know you had to go, so I thought we had. Okay, you're right. It is late over there. All right. Was Deuteronomy written in the first or second temple period? Also, is Mr. Singer an Orthodox Jew?
Neither. The book of Deuteronomy, we know its authorship because it actually states it in Deuteronomy 31, verse 9, as an example, was written about 350 years before the first temple was built by Solomon. So it way predates the first temple. I mean, the first temple was built by Solomon, who's the son of David. David lived about 3,000 years ago. The Torah is written about 3,300 years ago. So there's a massive span of time between the two.
Okay. Thank you for that, Constellation. Lev Paliakos says, there was the Lord among the term of angels with Jacob, as well as Moses seeing God's back. So there does seem to be a physical presence there.
Yeah, let me give you weirder stuff Jerusalem is called the Lord our righteousness in Jeremiah 33 verse 16. Jerusalem, the city of Jerusalem, that's where I live. That's where I am right now. I can walk to Temple Mount in 15 minutes. This city is called, the name of Jerusalem is called the Lord, and that's the ineffable name of God, Tzidkenu. An altar that Jacob built in Genesis chapter 33, verse 20, is called El Elohei Yisrael, the Lord God of Israel. An altar. That does not mean that we worship Jerusalem, and doesn't mean we worship an altar. I say this to you who are very interested in studying texts, is you have to be very careful because Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible, is using unconventional language. So you have to pay attention to when the text is telling you the nature of God, you have to keep it very separate from this, or else you're going to find that judges and angels and prophets are called God, altars are called God, a city of God, that's Jerusalem, is literally called God. So just so you understand, this allows people to come up with these ideas because there's so much flexibility in Tanakh. Now, it's not really flexible if you study all of it in context. You don't have to even know the original Hebrew. I mean, it really help a lot. If you read the original Hebrew, you know that the text is very clear. There's only one God. There's no one else besides me. But you can borrow from these texts and say an altar is called God, Jerusalem is called God, the Messiah is called God in Jeremiah 23. Be very careful because this allows the text to be very vulnerable and misused. Very careful. I don't mean to say anything disparaging about people, but I think it's unfortunate that, let me say this, and this is going to be very provocative. The academic world incentivizes people to come up with something new, right?
Right.
I mean, in order to write a dissertation, let's be honest, okay? In order to have a dissertation for graduate level, you have to write something new and novel. Well, the Hebrew Bible is very into nothing changes. So as you can imagine, with such an incentive, it's not that people are bad people, so on, but there's so much incentive in the academic world to come up with something new and novel.
Sure.
And because of this very odd language, people come up with this stuff. If you know the Hebrew Bible very, very well, you'll realize that these are misappropriations of the core tenets of the Hebrew scriptures.
Interesting. Let me get through these super chats before you got to go. I know you got to go, but I just feel real bad. And you can just give real quick one-word answers to these, please, if you don't mind. Jesus Tale says, is Jeremiah's Torah the same as what we have in the Hebrew Bible? What does he mean by a new covenant? And that's a lot there already, so you could just answer that one.
Sure. So that the new covenant, it means is a bris, is a contract, does not mean a new Torah at all. Hebrews chapter 8, verse 9 is going to misappropriate this 9 through 13. Chapter 8, verse 9 through 13. Jeremiah, in context, is talking about the promise of the Jews' return to the land. Whereas the Jews were brought out of Egypt to the land of Israel, God did not break his promise. He was a husband unto us, but the Jews broke their promise. Were exiled. So it doesn't mean a new Torah.
Let me ask you this. Hold on, but this so to confuse people. Jeremiah wrote this before they went to Babylon, right?
Yes.
So this is talking about when the Jews will go to Babylon, they'll be sent back.
Right.
Okay.
And they'll return.
Right. That's
Jeremiah.
People think it's talking about today or something.
Jeremiah is, like the prophets generally, are very polarizing. Either it's searing criticism describing a destructive period in Jewish history and the salvation and redemption of Jewish people. There's nothing in between. There's no yawning in Tanakh. It's those two extremes in the prophetic segment. So Jeremiah is talking about extreme destruction. Jeremiah 30, verse 7, Jacob's trouble. Unimaginable destruction, but a rebuilding and a restoration.
All right, we got two more, and that's it. Two, I think maybe three more. That's it. Three more. I'd love to hear you, Rabbi, expand on Elohim. Is it not plural? Just real quick on that one.
Yeah, so it is plural, but it does not mean that there's more than one. You have to watch the verb. Always watch your verb to know if it's a plural. So Elohim, the word al, that's the root, means power, like Havul Hashem b'nei.
Yeah.
Okay, so Elohim means that God is the source of all the powers in the world. That's why, just 1 second, in Genesis chapter 1, the only name of God that's employed is Elohim, no other name. So it's saying that all the powers that you encounter are really from God. That's what that name is conveying. Watch your verb. Watch your verb. You can't just look at the suffix. If you don't have a plural verb, then drop it. Watch your verb. That's all I can tell you.
All right.
So bara is singular, baru is plural.
What was
watch your verb?
Ben West says, what was the original messianic expectation during the second temple period before rabbinic Judaism?
It was the same. In the second temple, they had all of Tanakh. It was the ingathering, the exile. I mean, second temple, they had the book of Isaiah. This is not like, I know this channel is called Gnostic Informant. There was nothing secret about this. It was a worldwide knowledge, the end to war, the ingathering, the exiles. They had these books. They had Isaiah, they had Hosea, they had Amos. I mean, I beg you, Like, look at the last chapter of the book of Amos. It's the restoration of Judah. The Amos lived, for those who don't know, at the exact same time as Isaiah. Amos was from Jerusalem, but he was preaching in the north with Hosea. Micah and Isaiah were right here where I live. They were preaching down these streets. So this is, don't get distracted by this kind of stuff. Okay, we'll do one more.
Papillon dropped 20, so I got to go to him. Thank you for Papillon for that. I appreciate it. You guys helped me out.
Good question.
Thank you so much for the interview with Flint Dibble. I loved how you kept him focused on the science. Oh, this is totally off topic. But thank you for the super chat. All right, since you said one more, though, I can go to another one. That was a good question, by the way. All right, Constellation Pegasus. One last one. Does Rabbi Mr. Singer believe in Kabbalah? Want to let the rabbi respect his knowledge. I enjoy these talks very much.
Yes, of course I do. But I think that we assign some mystery to Kabbalah. Like, that's mysterious. The word Kabbalah means that which has been received. Even the vowels that go beneath the letters, which were only put into the written system we now see, is 8th century. That was Al-Pi Kabbalah, hence the word Mesorite, prior to that. So I think people assign some esoteric idea to Kabbalah. Kabbalah just means those ideas, including the language, the very vowels, were conveyed orally. And that's what the word Kabbalah means, literally, that which has been received. But I know people love, all this secret stuff, and it really isn't very secret. There are secrets, but it's not relevant to us. Secret things belong to the Lord. That which is revealed belongs to us and our children forever. They keep all the words of this Torah. That's how Deuteronomy 29 ends.
When you say to us, do you mean the whole world or just to the Israel?
Well, as an example, the whole
What
world.
does the text say?
Let me give you an example. Take Genesis chapter 7, right? Noah wasn't Jewish, right? He wasn't a Jew. And when God told him that when you bring on the ark clean animals, bring 7 of them, right? Well, how did Noah have that information? He wasn't a Jew. He knew about the Torah. He knew about Leviticus 11 before it was written. So this information was really well known and widely understood by the forefathers of the Jewish people who were not Jewish. According to Jewish tradition, all of humanity are descendants of 8 people. Anyways, I thank you, Neil. I very much enjoyed this. You have a fabulous audience, really.
Yeah, that was great. I'm gonna. You can go, and I thank you for coming on, and we'll do this again another time. I'm gonna stick around for a few more minutes and just read off some of this stuff and do my diligence. But thanks for coming on, Rabbi. It's always been great. Have a good night.
Shalom. Be well.
Yep. Shalom. Adam Green says, "Jesus." Oh, do you want me to send you down? Okay, there we go. Gotcha. I don't know if he knew how to do it or not. All right, Jesus, reincarnation of Esau, Satan angel over Edom. And that's just more of a comment than a question. So, but Saul, I do want to ask. I want to kind of pick your brain on some of this stuff. Where, I think. Wait, let me just make sure there's no more super chats that I'm all caught up before I ask you a question. Let me see. You guys don't have cameras, do you? Or you don't have a...
No camera on me right now. Maybe one day. One day. I have a channel, though.
Okay. All right. That was the last super chat. Thank you, Adam Green, for that super chat. All right. So, Saul, if you don't mind me asking, like, what sector, denomination, or what are you coming from this information from? What's your driving force? What's going on here? I never heard any of this stuff before.
So, it is written that the earth cannot stand when a handmaid is heir to her mistress.
What do you mean by that?
And so I'm the type of person, I am very esoteric. I believe in, I'm going to speak in this, not in so much Jewish language, but more so just regular, so that way we can, so I believe that there is we'll just talk about the scriptures. There's the secrets of the scriptures, and then there's the standard, what's given to the masses. Okay. And the secrets of the scriptures are the whole point of even having them. And the other part, which is the standard regular story of it, right, is like a garment. Okay, it's a garment for the soul, much like a man isn't really, he's got a soul, right? And there's a parable that was told to me once. It says wicked people look at a man and they consider his clothes to be his body and his body to be his soul. But rather, we should understand that a body, you're not your body, you have a soul inside you. So it's like this aspect of there's the secret meanings of the inner of these scriptures. And obviously many people throughout the ages know that there's esoteric meaning to these things that you can apply throughout the ages. And so that's where I'm coming from, and that's how I look at this stuff, is from an aspect of.
Where did you get this has been coming up a lot lately. People talking about Edom and Esau and this spirit of Jesus being this sort of Esau spirit. Where does this even come from? Is there some sort of rabbinic tradition from Spain and the medieval?
Yeah. No. This is ancient. So let's go to the Torah, and let's go to the stories everyone will know. So Joseph went into, now remember, names are all very important in the Bible, and understand that to the initiated of the Hebrew Bible, who are initiated into the secrets of the Hebrew Bible, we believe in reincarnation. And we understand that these souls of men in the Bible have come throughout the generations, throughout different ways and cultures and this, that, and the other. So I'm sure you've heard of it, the Mashiach ben Yosef, the Mashiach ben David, and you've heard of these different Mashiachim, which are multiple messiahs, right? Multiple messiahs and different things like this. You'll hear these terms thrown around within esoteric circles, and where it derives from is the standard Hebrew Bible. And now hopefully what I can do here is at least show you guys how these esoteric concepts were derived, so that way you can see them throughout time, right? See them throughout historical patterns, right? And so this, hopefully this will be able to do it. Look, people do it by, call it typology, different things like this. But so nevertheless, we'll go to the basis of the whole Esau and Christianity thing, so Judas thing. So Jacob and Esau in the Bible. If you just take it for a second, if you were interpreting this like it was an esoteric text, like there was secret meaning behind it, Jacob and Esau represent, they say obviously in the text, two nations, right? Now, what are these two nations is obviously where we get Rome and.
Right, you're talking about Paul now, right? When he says there are two nations.
Well, this was even before that. Before Paul, there was already this concept of interpreting the other nations as people from the biblical narrative, right? I think today you would look at, like, people they used to call it syncretism, right? To where like Hellenism, they would go and they would basically try to sync these other gods with whatever god they had, and they would call them multiple names, and they would say, "Oh, look, very same thing. We can call it the same name." Well, yeah. In for the sake of using a term, in Judaism, we do this thing. We do this something similar, but we interpret everything through the Torah. So, like when we go into a new land, we're interpreting it through the Torah.
So let me give you an example. Like when Josephus is writing about the Essenes, he says that the way they write scripture is by reinterpreting old scripture to modern times. You're talking about something like that?
Yeah, people have called it pesher. People have called it different.
Sure.
Yeah, different ways. But so, for instance, if like the biblical characters represent personality types and things like this. So, for instance, Esau's like a man of the field, a real hunter, a real warrior. So if a Jew were to go into a land and they were to see nothing but people who are real men of the field, warrior type people, that they were hunters, and let's say maybe even they were a little bit hairy or they were red or something like this, And obviously, if it was post, the destruction of Edom as proper, the real Edom, more so in a land of like Poland, or, for instance, in rabbinical Judaism, we considered the European nations a lot of times to be associated with Esau due to their some of their warlike abilities, and we also attribute Esau, like there's prophecies with Esau that say that he's going to basically conquer the whole world, right? And we say that this is a parable to how Christianity conquered the whole world. Okay, so and we do that by basically interpreting the whole world like Islam is Ishmael, and we can interpret it through the paradigm of the scriptures, and that's how we're able to see these things in a way that'll allow us to actually apply it to our lives, make it useful for us. Because if there's all these other informations, all the other cultures, and you don't have an interface with it, you're not going to be able to you're not going to be able to understand anything.
I'm fine with all that. I get where you're coming from. I'm trying to figure out because you brought up, I think you mentioned some sort of rabbinic figure when Tovia was here, talking about Jesus having an angel, or maybe Jesus being the angel that represents Esau. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Now, where is this from? Some particular text from the ancient world somewhere, or is this something that you came up with?
So no, I can screenshot you Hebrew texts that will say it literally.
Let's look at what you got, and what text is it? When was it written? Who wrote it? That type of stuff.
So there's a text. There's a text in Hebrew. I don't know if you're gonna be able to find it online. It's called Sefer Shoshan Yesod HaOlam.
Sefer Shoshan.
Yeah. Shoshan. So it'd be like SHOSH and
then what?
Yesod. So Yesod HaOlam.
HaOlam.
Yep. And you might be able to find it on there. Maybe it'll come up in Safari, but I have it in a hard copy.
Yeah, I found something already. It seems like this is it, but it's you can't get it. You got to pay for it. So
yeah. So basically, it's a. I'll have to share. I will.
You can just tell me about it. When was it written? Who wrote it? What is it about?
So it was written. This is a compilation of texts that are written by multiple rabbis. A lot of times, this is a genre of books in Hebrew that most people don't have access to, that are called.
I'm seeing 16th century here. Is that correct?
Yep. Okay. Yeah, 16th century, and so it's called Kabbalah Ma'asit. Okay, the workings of Kabbalah. Okay, and so they put these compilation texts together, and in it there are basically a lot of different things in it. And inside this text, there is it says explicitly what we're saying here, and the only reason I'm giving this one to show you guys is because that's the only one I can explicitly tell you that says it reality. Now I can show you. We can pull up a place if you would like. Most people are very scared to study Zohar, but I think it's a good thing. And so there is a place in the Zohar that
when was the Zohar?
The Zohar was written, according to what I believe, 2,000 years ago, written down. The Zohar is really a esoteric, basically.
Just for the let's see. I get what you're saying. There's a tradition that it was written down 2,000 years ago, but it would be safe to say it starts to show up in the public.
Yeah, they say Moshe de Leon. He brought it to the public. Yes,
13th century.
Right. Rav Moshe de Leon brought it to the public.
All right.
And that it was a creation of anybody who's read the Zohar, and if you've any read Rav Moshe de Leon's works, he either dumbed down his own works to make the Zohar look greater, or he didn't write it. And he actually had a transmission of it. So nevertheless, are you familiar?
Adam says, sounds like Saul watches my channel. Apparently this is something that Adam talks about, I guess. I didn't know that.
It is very, very common in Kabbalah, in the Zohar. So, and people who study the Zohar understand this. There's commentaries on the Zohar. And
No,
pretty
I
much,
actually have an English translation of it, but I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page. The one I have from the 13th century is the one
yeah,
that you're talking about.
yeah,
But
yeah, people, yeah.
you just think it predates that and then was
Right. I basically consider the Zohar to be the like, so when you read the Zohar, it's more of the commentaries, kind of like the Talmud. It's more of commentaries on from different rabbis and things like this. There's obviously secret parables and things like this, but even whenever you're like, for instance, when you talk to Jews, we call Talmud and Gemara and any writings of the sages or the rabbis to be Torah. We call it Torah itself. So we have this colloquial term that's called Torah, which is we refer to as a really holy, like, almost if you were to get something that is like a holy wisdom and then call it one name. And basically anytime you see someone else talking about this holy wisdom, we call it the same name. And that's the easy way
I don't remember in the Torah, in the Zohar, maybe it's just not in the translation I have, anything about Jesus being an angel for Esau. Is this
you're not gonna, so because of different types of censorship, and because everything's real esoteric, you're gonna catch it through the language, what we call the language of Torah. You're gonna catch it through the dialogues between brothers, between Jacob and Esau, between Jacob, Esau, and Ishmael. You're gonna catch it, like, for instance, people will talk about how there are prophecies that get talked about, Gog and Magog, and there's going to be a war against Jerusalem, and everyone tries to interpret these people groups through these biblical characters, right? And it's the same way that we do it through the Zohar, through the Torah, is we're able to understand deeper meanings through the coded text. Okay? For instance,
go ahead.
So, for instance, I already referred to simply, there's lines of reasoning. For instance, when I asked who was Jacob wrestling with, in rabbinical Judaism, we already know, in any sort of esoteric, even in Gnosticism, that was very, very simple. That we call it the Samic Mem, the blind god. People call him and everyone knows that that's who Jacob was wrestling with. Okay, and so there are many, basically, ways that you can come to find out the secret meaning of what's being said here by just knowing what these names and these people group represent. And so, for instance, the Passover lamb, right? Very, very iconic thing. It's been around since ancient times. It's even, we find some interesting things with the Elephantine community in Egypt about the Passover lamb, which they were actually killed by the Egyptian priests of Khnum because they were sacrificing this lamb in a certain way.
I don't think it says anything about a Passover lamb in the Elephantine papyrus.
So they were riding to Jerusalem trying to figure out how to keep Passover correctly.
Yeah,
right?
they call it the Passover letter, but it doesn't actually say anything about a lamb in that letter.
Well, no, they're trying to figure out how to keep Passover. Okay.
Well, the letter's from the people in Jerusalem, and it's going to them.
Right. Well, that obviously they had coordination, or
sure.
The concept was Passover. So in the standard story of the Exodus, the Passover was like, for instance, when Israel went into Egypt, Joseph told them, he says, don't say that you're a shepherd when you go into Egypt, because it's an abomination to the Egyptians, right? Don't tell them that you're a shepherd. Go dwell in Goshen, right? And it's because obviously the type of occupation that the Hebrews had was offensive to the type of worship that the Egyptians did. And we see this in the Exodus, where obviously many people have shown this, that the 10 plagues are obviously a mockery of different gods of Egypt, but the very last god of Egypt was the lamb, right? The Passover, the Aries, right? The zodiacal form of Aries. That's why it was sacrificed on the 14th of Nisan. Anybody who knows anything about zodiacal forms, it's like you're taking out the highest, the first of the month in the Hebrew Semitic form. And so
that's actually because Ammon is the ram god. His son is Dionysus.
Yes.
So
Can I add something really quick, gentlemen? I'm loving this conversation. I got to bow out.
But say, no problem, man.
I love your channel. Thank you so much. And Saul, I love what you added, bro. Like, I am in total agreement, man, on most of that. And I do believe there's a metaphysical aspect to ancient scripture, and I think that's what keeps things coded. Also, I have to say this just because I got to say this. If nobody else caught this, I did. That rabbi you had on here, he was real quick to poo-poo over anything conspiratorial, which tells us everything. Nothing to see here, folks. Nobody behind the curtain.
Well,
right?
you know,
And then he poo-pooed over Kabbalah, when we all know that those that practice it to the T do things behind closed doors that are very nefarious, very evil, and we don't even need to go into details. Anybody that wants an eye opener.
The way the type where I know Rabbi, I met him in Jerusalem. I stayed there for a while. I was there for a month, and it's they're practicing a very mainstream, Orthodox Judaism. There's not a lot of esoteric. There's not a lot of
he also may be on a very high payroll to say the things that he says and
No,
keep certain things under wraps.
That's not true. Yeah. No,
Well, when I see it, I see it. And so just to your audience, anyone that ever tells you never to look into anything conspiratorial, conspiracy theories exist because conspiracies exist. So we should all have critical thinking skills.
Yeah, but you
should also do our own due diligence.
But we just assume that everyone's evil behind the scenes. That's kind of not a healthy way to look at it. But whatever. If you think that, you think that. I know the guy. He's an excellent person, on camera and off camera. I can tell you that for straight up. So,
fair enough. I felt that kind of raised a little bit of red flags, because most people in this world, when they instantly say that and they have a high caliber such as he does, it usually means they're trying to cover something up. But it's just a thought process that I give into from time to time. But yeah, fair enough. I don't know the man personally. It was just right off of the rip convo that was exchanged, and so I just felt like chiming in. But I appreciate this, guys. This has been a really great convo, and I hope you both have an amazing rest of your day. And
you too.
I'll jump on some other time.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So this is fascinating. Now we jumped around a little bit. Saul, you were talking about Elephantine. It's my understanding. I did a whole video on this recently when I was talking about my Easter video. And it seems to me that the evidence shows that there was already an existing Passover. I don't know. I put Passover in quotes because they didn't call it that. But the Assyrians, even the Persians, the Babylonians, there was this time of the year right around Nisan 14, passing down from the Babylonians, even the Persians having their own variation of this, and which is called no roots or whatever. And there's they bring out unleavened bread, they have a beitzim, an egg, and there's a lot of these commonalities amongst these different traditions. The Assyrians, it's called the Kisu festival, and they even slaughter one lamb for every single 72 of their gods. So then we look at Elephantine, and Elephantine Jews are down in Egypt, and then they don't have anything like this all the way. And then finally around 4, I want to say it's like 410, maybe it's 5. It's like 410, something like that. And it's in the 5th century BC is when they received that letter from Jerusalem saying, hey, Darius wants you guys to practice this festival. And it's a festival of unleavened bread. By the way, I have a scholar coming on tomorrow. I'm not going live, but we're going to record. And we're talking about Achaemenid Persian Judaism, or he calls it Yahwism. And so, but what do you think about that as far as like, where's the Passover lamb, and how come it doesn't show up till later?
So the idea of, I got to be careful how I say this. All right. So, the zodiac and things like this, man, there's so much to tell you guys, but I'm going to try to keep it on point. All right. When you're dealing with different cultures that are, doing similar practices and all this, obviously you can see that there's a syncretism there, and you can probably figure out, if you have an understanding of the metaphysical world, that there's some sort of mechanics going on there. And if you know how to pull on the right strings, you're going to be able to get similar effects. And so I can't explain to you from all these other perspectives, but I might be able to explain it from like the Torah's perspective, with God's help, hopefully. So when Abraham Abraham was he was born like somewhere in Chaldea, and God told him, according to the story, he told him lech lecha, he told him to get up from out your place and to leave, right? And at the time, he couldn't have any kids, he couldn't have any children, right? And one of the things that people who know anything about, some people call it astral magic, ministering angel magic, things like where they're dealing with astrology and changing their fates, is they move and they change their name. Okay, they move and they change their name. And so this is obviously, and at certain times you do these certain things in order to get the effect you want, so that way you can get rid of whatever decree. Like for instance, some people are born in a certain time and it's like, all right, you're not going to have it's not fated for you to have children. So what did obviously God told Abraham to leave, to get out of that type of zodiac, simple way to put it, right? And so where this gets into the Passover, and then it gets obviously even into, when we talk about how did Jesus fulfill the scripture, hopefully I can make all this fit together for you to where you can see like a congruent line, because we both know that the mysteries were very tied within the whole Iberian Peninsula, Mediterranean Sea, all of it. The mysteries were very connected in different types of cults and all that stuff. But many people said something. I forget who said it.
Just so people know what you mean by that. By the way, Jesus tells, I'll read your super chat in a minute. I just saw it. But just so everyone knows what you mean by that, the mysteries, as in the Mediterranean, probably around, I would say, right before the Hellenistic era. So, from the 3rd century, 4th century BC on through the Roman period, you have these different mystery cults popping up all across the Mediterranean. And you're right, they do have a lot of commonalities among them. So, for example, the Samothracian mysteries are considered to be the oldest. They're supposed to go back to the Bronze Age. Same with the Eleusinian mysteries. Very ancient. We know they go back to the Bronze Age. Archaeology has layers that go back that far in Eleusis. But you're right. They have certain ways of doing things. They have their own identity. They have their own gods. They have a lot of unique features amongst them, but they all have some certain things in common, where they all have something to do with initiation. They'll have something to do with maybe some kind of a Eucharist. Sometimes there's water baptismal rites going on. And yes, they have a lot of commonalities. So there is what we define it as mystery cults, but they're also, it's hard to define it because in some cases there's more emphasis on other things than there is for other things. But yeah, so is that what you mean? That's what you mean?
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of knowledge amongst the whole world at the time of esoteric ways to deal with what we call, ministering angels, Sarim, the basically in the cosmology of the ancient world. We understand that there are angels above all the nations in different ways. Actually, above everything, there's different types of angels, and people who are in the know this is how you do, people call it quantum reality, quantum physics, be able to manipulate the physical world in different ways. They do it through this type of technology, and they do it by, some people call it sympathetic magic, right? Well, they'll get something that represents something and do this and do that and do that. So
that's the term that James Fraser uses, sympathetic magic. Yeah.
Right. So now we're going to go back to the script, so that way we can understand the setting of the Exodus. So that way we can understand.
By the way, real quick, Plutarch, who's writing in the 2nd century, thought that Judaism, or what he thought of was the worship of Yahweh in Jerusalem, was actually, in fact, some other variation of the Eleusinian mysteries, because he saw so much. He was looking at the way they dressed, the way the Levite priests had a certain coat and it had certain colors, and it had certain tassels hanging down, and carried a certain. They played their instruments with certain kind of flutes, and he noticed all these commonalities that he's noticed was also present in Athens at the Eleusinian mysteries. Yeah. So I don't know if that's what you're is what you say.
Way we would kind of interpret a lot of those is, I'll give it to you simply, is there was a, so in the Torah, it references Abraham and Sarah making souls in Haran, and they basically, the sages tell us that they made converts to their religion, right? Even before Mount Sinai, Abraham was already converting people and initiating him into these ancient mysteries, basically. And so many people have, said that the Hebrews, right, went in amongst all the Mediterranean and the different places, and they were like kind of like the Druids are actually thought to be descendant of the Hebrews and the ancient Israelites through esoteric traditions, specifically esoteric traditions, not through necessarily the actual religion of Judea or Samaria. It was more so the esoteric traditions that were passed on through generation by initiated rites. We see this in different places, like you're saying, they're very similar. And so the way we say it is basically like, for instance, in the book of Maccabees, I think it is like this, that the Spartans say that they are descended from Abraham. And even we know that Phoenicians were direct contact with Hebrews, and the city of Thebes was started by a Phoenician. So there was definitely contact between
Cadmus, and it actually says that Cadmus was a Phoenician who brought the alphabet to the Greeks, which we actually found out later that it was the Phoenicians that in fact created this sort of alphabet. So it's interesting.
Well, and anybody who knows Hebrew esotericism, the alphabet is the foundation of like anybody who knows anything about scribal traditions, like scribal initiation. Like people think the cults where people are doing the orgies and the initiated rites and things, but people forget that there were scribes that even went way into the Christian era. They went way, obviously, even into the modern day era with a modern.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was going to say, what's interesting about the alphabet too is that a lot of the, I don't know if you call them letters, or because I don't know if the linear B is not an alphabet, but it has like letters, I guess you would call it. I don't know if you call it letters or signs, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
That sort of look like the alphabets from Greeks or Phoenicia.
Yeah.
Look to align with in some cases. Like there's letters that look like the letter F or the letter whatever. It doesn't matter. And Herodotus was saying that Cadmus, when he brought the alphabet to the Phoenicians, he says that the Ionians have the closest thing there is to the original alphabet. So, the
name Ionians is very interesting. They say, it's things about the Ionians, right? The AIO. I think there's references to some people correlate that with the god of obviously Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
And that's the name that Isaiah uses to refer to the Greeks in general. Iona. Yeah. If you look at the actual Hebrew or the Greek either, it says Iona.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason I brought that up is just the Ionians are like, this is where this explosion of intellect. Most of the ancient Greek pre-Socratic sages, the 7 sages of Greece, mostly all Ionians from modern day Turkey. Yeah. And so that's where I think a lot of this knowledge is coming from. A lot of these mystery rites, a lot of these philosophies, pre-Socratic monism. I don't know if you know about that.
Yeah.
But now
it's very handwriting was actually in the very beginning. I've heard someone say before, it was actually a form of magic. It was of writing in the very beginning of writing. It was an esoteric. It was something obviously only done by very few people. And what's very interesting is, if you take it down to it and you start writing something and just even the contemplation of reading something,
I can totally understand why someone would think that, because like we're talking about an age where less than 10% of the world is able to read and write. And imagine you not being able to read and write, and you're looking at someone that's doing it, and you're just watching them looking at a parchment or a papyri, right? Whatever it is, or a tablet. A stone tablet, and they're just looking at it, and they're just looking at scribbles, and they're getting information from it. That would strip you out. That'd be like, what? That's magic. That's what they would think. Right. So I totally understand that line of thinking. Why someone?
Yeah, it's a technology, and that's why magic's just a bad term, but it's technology in reality. It's a technology that people used to know a lot more of. Now, very few people know of it. But so. With this, now we can get into let's get into this this concept of maybe so you're aware that basically the Egyptian lamb, the Passover lamb, was a sacrifice of the Egyptians' god, like a sympathetic way of sacrificing the Egyptians' god.
Well, I know that I don't know if it was. I think it was the lamb, but the ram for sure was illegal to sacrifice because
Well, it was definitely the lamb too,
Yeah.
as well. It
well,
was,
a lamb is a baby ram. So
right. Right.
So yeah, the
And
god.
it all has to do with that aspect of like the goat demon. Remember
this
that? Remember
is-
the seer, the
this is
seerim,
Sirim, yeah, which means
Yeah.
satyr in Greek.
which
Satyr.
is the goat demon, which will go back to that with Esav. But
Yeah, a Sirim. Let's see if I have one of them in my pictures here. Shit, I thought I did. Sirim, the satyrs. Well, this is Ammon, first of all. That's the Hellenistic Ammon.
yeah,
But yeah, a satyr would look like this. He would have horns like that, but he would have goat legs, shaggy
Right.
goat legs. Oh, here we
Right.
go. Here we go. That's Pan.
right,
So that's a satyr for anyone, or a sirim in Hebrew.
right.
It's sirim.
And so in the Hebrew cosmology, we know that Seir, which is the dwelling place of Esav, has to do with this aspect of the Sirim, these goat demons. As a matter of fact, we have this in the Torah. It's called the goat to Azazel, right? Which is
right.
which is directly correlated with the angel over Esav.
This is
So-
what you're stepping into right now is something. It's a question that I posed in one of my earlier videos about this. The idea of Jesus being the Lamb of God, is it responding to Dionysus in a way, who's also a sacrificial god, represented by not just he has multiple. There's different texts. Some of them say he's the bull. He sacrifices a bull. Some of them say he's a goat.
Mhm.
In some sources, but then and this is not in any sources, but when Diodorus tells the story about Ammon and his son Dionysus holding the kingdom, he says Ammon started a new kingdom that he was going to inherit. Then Dionysus, his son, the goat god, he says, or the horn god, he says, was going to inherit this kingdom. It doesn't say this, but it's almost like there's an implication that if Ammon is the ram, then wouldn't his son naturally be a lamb?
Mhm.
But it doesn't say that. And I'm upfront about that. I'm like, look, it doesn't say Lamb of God.
Mhm.
But like, if you're interpreting this text, Ammon's the ram. He's the head of the pantheon of the Egyptians. He's the head honcho.
Yeah.
And then his son, who's inheriting the kingdom, according to Diodorus, is also a horn god. But if he's the son, wouldn't he be a lamb? So I think there's something going on there.
There definitely is, and I think that hopefully I should be able to show you something. So, nevertheless, the story of the Exodus tells us that Moses is like, "Hey, let us go away. We don't want to sacrifice this lamb in front of you guys because you guys are going to get mad." Basically, right? And put it to you guys like that. And so, Pharaoh is just like, "Do it. Just do it now." And so they end up doing it in the middle of Egypt, right? And they get the blood of the lamb and they put it on the doorpost and they're able to make it out. So what's really interesting, and why I bring this up, is just to make the premise that, so for you can understand what I'm going to show you in the Zohar, it'll explain a lot over what happened over the last 2,000 years. It'll explain it all. So basically, the Passover ritual, the Passover celebration, right, was in remembrance of what happened in Egypt. And basically, if you know anything about springtime and Jewish exile, you'll start to see some interesting patterns to where the nations around start getting really offended, and we're not even doing anything. They're just getting offended, and all we're doing is keeping our ancient traditions. Okay, they're getting really offended by it, and it just so happens that the Passover itself represents what we've just spoken about, right? About that specifically the highest God being sacrificed, even during the astrological time of Aries, and he ends up becoming it becomes this point of contention between Hebrews and the people. You can see this in Elephantine, which they were actually taken out by the lamb priests. Basically, they were taken out because they were, from what I would probably say, they probably made them mad because they were doing it in the wrong way, or nevertheless. So does that kind of make sense? Have you ever heard this before?
Oh yeah, I've heard it. You're talking about the what got them kicked out of Egypt was that they were sacrificing the wrong animals. Is that what you're saying?
They were basically like they were right next door to the temple of Khnum, which was like they were right next door to where the lambs were being worshipped, and they were sacrificing lambs across the way, and that's why they got kicked out of there. They were basically ran out of there by the Egyptian priests for this exact.
Are you familiar with Tacitus?
No, I have read a very few. I've heard of it.
I just want to show you what he says about this. So this is related to what we're talking about. It's fascinating. I'm going to pull something up real quick if you don't mind, and then we'll get back.
And then I'll walk you through. I'll show you something very interesting.
Okay. Well, he says he's talking about AD 70, but he goes back. This is what he says. He's reciting rumors that he heard about the Jews, and he says, I don't know. Can you see that now? All right, that's pretty big, right?
Yes, I can see it.
He said, some say that these Jews are fugitives from the island of Crete, who settled in the nearest coast of Africa about the time when Saturn was driven from the throne by the power of Jupiter. Evidence is sought in the name. There was a famous mountain in Crete called Ida, neighboring tribe, blah, 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 Judea. This is not the part that I wanted to show you, though. He says, he talks about the sacrifice. He says, most writers agree, stating that once a disease which horribly disfigured the body broke out over Egypt, and that King Bacchus, seeking a remedy. By the way, this is during the time of the Elephantine Jews too. If you look up when King Bacchus reigned, it's around like 600. I think it's like, actually, let me look that up. King Bacchus, 700. No, it's before that. So this is before that, actually, 700 BC. But anyways, let's just keep going. Seeking a remedy, consulted the oracle of Ammon and was bidden to cleanse his realm, to convey into some foreign land this race detested by the gods. The people who had been collecting after diligent search, finding themselves left in a desert, sat for most of the part in stupor of grief, till one of the exiles, Moses by name, warned them to not look for any relief from God or man, forsaken as they were of both, but to trust themselves, taking for their heaven-sent leader, that a man who should first help them be quit of their present misery. They agreed, and in utter ignorance began to advance at random. Nothing, however, distressed them so much as the scarcity of water, and they had sunk ready to perish in all directions over the plain, when a herd of wild asses or donkeys was seen to retire from their pasture, a rock shaded by trees. Moses followed them, and guided by the appearance of a grassy spot, discovered an abundant spring of water. This furnished relief after a continuous journey for 6 days. On the seventh day, possessed themselves of a country. And so he basically goes on to say, like, they worship the image of. See, look, Moses, wishing to secure the future of the authority over the nation, gave them a novel form of worship, opposed to all that is. This is the part that I wanted to show you. Things sacred with us, with them have no sanctity. While they allow with what is forbidden in their holy place, they have consecrated an image of the animal. Talking about that donkey, by whose guidance they found in deliverance from their long and thirsty wanderings. They slay the ram, seemingly in derision of Ammon. This is what you were talking about. Yeah. Yep. And they sacrifice the ox because the Egyptians worship it as Apis.
Right. Perfect.
They abstain from swine's flesh in consideration of what they suffered. So here's how you get into all this stuff about everything that we do and we think is holy, they think is an abomination. And everything that we think is an abomination, they think is holy. And it's kind of fascinating that we're talking about Tacitus, a first century or early second century author. This is what he thought of them.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's very, very fascinating. And once people understand the system, it's almost predictable that you can see the contrast between the two. And it goes back to this concept of Jacob and Esau, right? Where they're twins, but they're contrasted in such a different way that you're able to kind of. Some people say when Jacob's down, Esau's up, and when Esau's down, Jacob's up.
So let me ask you this. So you're saying that Christianity and its ideals of, for example, you're allowed to eat pork, you're allowed to you do whatever you want on the Sabbath, basically. That's all allowed in Christianity. They take away the temple sacrifice, all this stuff. It just kind of flips everything on its head. You're saying that that's what Christianity is. It's an inversion of Moses's Torah.
It's Well, that's a different question, which I would love. I think we it takes more depth into really figuring out what Christianity is. But I I gave you a little bit that I'm of the opinion that Rav Shimon Kefa and basically Simon Peter, you know, basically the whole Greek writing, what we call the New Testament, and the foundations of it was started by Jewish mystics, by esoteric Jewish mystics, and they wrote it with certain in a certain way for certain people. And we see this, and this is why, you know, obviously the Gnosticism popped off so quickly when it happened. But basically what I'm saying is that the entire foundation of
By the way,
Christianity,
a lot of the earliest Gnostics were Samaritans from.
they were, yeah, some would call them Kabbalists, but that's a modern day appropriation. We can just say they were mystics. They were Jewish mystics.
Yeah, like Simon Magus was a Samaritan. He's
Right.
fully Aramaic speaking. He also knew Greek because he wrote his own stuff down. So we know
Right.
that. And he had some of his successors were from Samaria too. Some people think Basilides was an Alexandrian. That was one of his students. Then there's another one named Saturnius from Antioch. So they have Syrians, Samaritans, Alexandrian.
Well, and if you know anything about the Mandeans, the Manichaeans, these are like for instance, if you study Zohar, and you know what's going on in a little bit of the Zohar, you study a little bit of, you get the Mandean. They have the Genza Rabbah, which has been released in English. You can get it. But you'll see a lot of ancient parallels between the esoteric.
Manda means gnosis in Aramaic, or is
Right.
it Arabic?
Right.
Or Aramaic?
Yeah, no, I think it actually that's what it means, and that's what they call themselves, literal Gnostics. But
Mandean literally just means Gnostic.
Yeah, exactly. So, but this goes back to the you know, the foundations of Christian. Like, yes, what do you think of Christian? I think it's foundationally a Jewish esoteric movement founded around the secrets of the Torah, right? And so, and that's what I kind of think about it. I think hopefully that answers your question.
And you think there's an esoteric, deeper meaning behind the Torah, and that only certain initiated people who know what to look for can understand what it says.
Yep.
Fascinating. That's fascinating stuff.
Yep, and I think that history bears witness to that. You'll see different people throughout the generations that will seemingly connect into something that almost like it's like they belonged in them. Like they were able to make it make world. So nevertheless, I think that that's the premise, and that's why, like, some people have called it like you know, how people create the religions of the world, like Plato's lie and, you know, noble lie and things like this, to where people create these things, you know, for the good and this, that, and the other. But more so, what I'm saying is I believe in more of an aspect of a soul. I've already told you that there's an aspect of reincarnation, right? That, for instance, you know, I think some people have said it, that energy you cannot destroy energy. It only gets transferred somewhere else, right? And so, you know, the aspect of whether we call it metapsychosis, reincarnation, we call it Gilgolim, which is an aspect of a cycle, which is in like a zodiacal, like everything's in a cyclical way. And so understanding the world through that paradigm gives certain people, and only certain people can even understand the world through that paradigm, because it's like their computer processor doesn't allow it to think outside that way. They think that, you know, obviously people have talked about, you know, simulated theory, or, you know, matrix and this, that, and the other, which are very familiar with the aspect of, you know, esoteric knowledge. But yes, in the short of it, I believe that, you know, esoteric knowledge is for certain people, secrets of the Torah are for certain people, and that's why you see all of this happening the last 2,000 years. But I would like to show you something.
All right.
It's probably, I'll be honest.
If you don't mind, I was going to read a couple of these super chats just to catch up.
Yeah, go ahead.
You have to pull something up, because then it would be perfect time.
No, I want you to pull it. I can't share a screen.
All right.
If you, yeah.
Let me catch up on these. Jesus Tale says, Tovia said Jeremiah predicted the return of the Jews. Jesus, Yohezedek, led them back. Jesus did fulfill the prophecy. Only problem with this is then it's not the Jesus of Nazareth. Then we're just talking about a guy who's already dead and never even promised to come back. I know people do interpret that as Pesher for Jesus, because Yohezedek technically means in Hebrew, means Yahweh is righteous. So he's Jesus, Ben, if you add the Ben in there, which is what Carrier does, he adds the Ben in there, and then you get Jesus, the son of Yahweh, the righteousness. It's like, okay, fine. But there's really no indication of this being Pesher unless you make it that, unless you want it to be Pesher. Then you can make anything Pesher. So there's problems with that. But all right, I get what he's saying. It's fascinating. I get it. I could see why mythicists would run with that all day long. Adam Green says, what angel is above America? Edom, Jesus. Maybe you can answer that, because I have no idea what he means by that.
So, America is wow, that's an interesting question. There are some who say America's Asaph in Judaism, and I disagree. Anybody who knows anything about esoteric Torah, there's the aspect of scattered sparks, holy people throughout all nations. There's scattered holy souls. Like, a lot of mystics had this idea too, and that's how they did the whole evangelism thing, is they went out to try to find these holy people. And what in people call it Israelism, Hebrewism, Judaism, whatever you want to call it, we believe that there were the lost children of Israel, very simply put, right? And it's written in different places that he's going to scatter us from the east and gather us in the west, right? Is what the Bible says about the children of Israel. And so there are a lot of people who understand that the prophecies have two houses. There's the house of Israel and the house of Judah, which there was a big war and all that stuff. And the house of Israel was scattered into Europe and into this is why we get all the mystery cults into Thebes, into all of the European Druids and all that stuff, all come from the scattered Assyrian tribes that were scattered through those exact areas. Like, you can literally watch the esoteric traditions straight come out of the Levant, going up into Europe, to North Africa, to even Asia. And so what I say is that America definitely has, if you look at the foundations of it, the Constitution was almost written in Hebrew, and there's a lot of people here who are very good. They believe they're Israel. Put it to you simply, most Americans, if you were to put it to them, they believe they're Israel. And so if you put that on a historical scale, like actual world dominating nations, not just like little people on the side of a coast, it's actually very, very big on how America has impacted the biblical mind frame of things. So I don't think America is Asaph, Edom. I don't think that the angel over it is necessarily now when we talk about
the Kittim or however you pronounce that in Hebrew, Shittim. Wouldn't that be a better archetype? Because that's the more military, the ones that come from the west across the sea. And I get what so I'm trying to level with you here. These are archetypal patterns that people are seeing from the scripture. They're reapplying it to modern times.
Right.
And how's that you see the Kittim in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and
yep.
it becomes Rome, and it used to be the Greeks. Before that, it was someone else. I think it was Crete at some point.
Right.
But then it's like you could see how they could reapply that term. Wouldn't that be America today?
I definitely don't think America would be going, I put it simply, America wouldn't be America anymore if we went against Israel.
Oh, it has to go against Israel. That's true.
Yeah, America would go into civil war before we went against Israel.
That's a good point. So that wouldn't fit. You're right.
It wouldn't fit. America would literally dissolve before we went against Israel, and that's the truth. So,
do you think it fits better that it'd be Edom?
I think some sort of nation from Edom and or some sort of nation from by all means there probably will be nations that'll be created out of America.
So it's like how King Herod is half Jewish, half Edomite. That's
exactly. Matter of fact, one of these days, me and you need to talk about the Emperor Nero.
Sure.
The Emperor Nero is another interesting.
It's some fascinating Talmud stories about Nero, like
Yes.
shooting the arrow that goes in all the different directions. That was a weird one.
Do you know? Oh, wow. I have a video on this.
You do?
And yes. So obviously I could talk about it if you want me to.
Yeah, well, let me catch up to these couple more. I think we got Jason Kakulo. Thank you for the super chat. Phoenician was an occupation that included Hebrews.
Yeah.
Does it? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they were all around the Phoenician people. They had the same language, the same script. And you got to realize in the Hebrew,
I get what you're saying. Because the Hebrews are using the Phoenician alphabet.
yeah. Well, you got to realize in the Hebrew cosmology, in the mysteries of the Hebrews, we believe in the Tower of Babel, where everyone had the same language. So whenever you talk about Phoenicians and all these different dialects of like the same Proto-Semitic language, in the cosmology of ancient Hebrews, we believe that everybody had the same language at one point, right? So it would be like I heard it explained like you would tell a difference between a Phoenician and an Israelite like you would a Californian and a Texan. They're both Americans. They're both from the Levant area, but they're not the same. They're different. If that makes sense.
But then they also worship different gods. The Phoenicians and the Carthaginians, even get more specific, you have Tanit, you have Eshmun, you have all these they're not worshiping Yahweh. You know,
right.
Yahweh to the they're not bringing Yahweh to Carthage and setting up a temple to Yahweh there. There's still these other not Libyan, but these other gods that you find in modern day Lebanon. You know, they actually seem that the Phoenicians line up more with the Greeks than they would do with the Hebrews, I think.
Well, if you I forget who said there is a very interesting, like I said, with that scattering. So just for a second, in the idea of esoteric. Of the esoteric cosmology, where people are souls in reality, and if you get a high initiation, throughout your reincarnations, you're going to affect people, right? Because you're going to have that knowledge throughout your different lives that you're going to be able to initiate yourself back into it. Sure. So whenever you really get into the mystery cults, you realize that even Greeks thought they were exiled Israelites. A lot of them thought they were the lost children of Israel because of the level of initiation. I forget who said that. What is Moses, or what is Plato, but Moses speaking Attic Greek? I forget what I have a.
That's Philo.
Yeah, Philo said that, right? So there was this aspect of where the Greeks were, obviously we have the Septuagint, which there are many mysteries with the Septuagint, but it was obviously, like, again, with the esoteric knowledge written for a specific people, the language and the people group, they understood that they had like a deeper connection to it, and that's how I think like a lot of these Greeks and Hebrews and Phoenicians, they all connect, and that's why when you get these,
that's where the argument comes in that what we would consider to be Judaism is actually a product of Alexandrian 4th century BC mysticism, adopting Platonism, so Middle Platonism. Philo was a Middle Platonist. He's considered a Middle Platonist. Plato doesn't even mention Israel. He doesn't talk about Moses or anything. But these other Alexandrian Jews are citing the hell out of Plato, and so you even have traditions coming out of Alexandria of Aristobulus, for example, is one of them. There's another one. His name is on the top of my tongue right now, but I can't think of it. Aristeas. They say that Moses was this Musaeus character.
Right.
And you look up who Musaeus is. He's an old, I would say early Iron Age, maybe even late Bronze Age figure coming out of Athens, who was this bard, law-giving bard, and he was the son, or he was the either father in some cases or son of Orpheus. And they're saying that the whole Orphic tradition is influencing the Psalms, the idea of having Psalms, which means played by Psalm in Greek means played by a harp.
Yeah. I watched the video, and by all means I am listening into your. I think that you're definitely hitting pioneering, tracing the stuff. I definitely will always have a different interpretation rather than the Hebrews were copying the other people. We always take their interpretation that they, came from our source, right?
Yeah, because there were people in Alexandria who would say the opposite. They would say, no, we were first.
Yeah.
Plato's actually copying Moses, and so they had these. But the funny part is, whether you believe whichever one of those you believe in, the funniest part is they're all having an argument about who came first, Plato or Moses. That's the one thing that we know is a
because
fact.
they're souls, and that's why in the esoteric metaphysical level, they're like brothers arguing. They're relatives arguing about the same esoteric initiation they had years and years in past lives ago. And I'm speaking very plainly on a live chat, and I'm surprised there are that many people even listening to this. But that's really what the ancient people used to think about was these.
Aristotle says that Pythagoras was taught by Zoroaster.
Right.
If that's true, that makes a lot of sense, because then we're looking at this ancient Persian mysticism of the Magi getting imported into pre-Socratic thought, mixing with the pre-Socratics like Thales and Pythagoras, Heraclitus, Parmenides, and then all of a sudden Plato comes along and he's adopting all of that into one, and that would make a lot of sense. What we get from what we call Platonism is actually this tradition handed down by these Athenian sages who also are being taught by Zoroaster. And then the guy I'm talking to tomorrow, this guy Gad Barnea, this scholar from Haifa University, he's in Israel. He's going to come on and tell me about how the Achaemenid Persian period heavily he calls it Yahwism. He doesn't call it Judaism. He says the correct term is Yahwism because it's not Judaism. They have multiple different deities. They're different. It's a whole different tradition going on that people don't realize. It's not exactly what people think. He says it's being influenced heavily by Zoroastrianism. So it's like, I can't wait to talk to this guy tomorrow. I'm going to record that one and send it out in a couple of days.
Yeah. I think that obviously the influence is there. That's mutual. Just as today you will see, Christians, Jews, and Muslims, dialoguing together, and clearly, there are things that people pick up from each other. So, but also at the same time, there are. I would go back to more of a metaphysical reasoning. The only reason they were able to even grasp such levels of different, like if you get into the Gnostic teachings, if you get into these ancient, cultures and stuff, they're the people call it philosophy, the love of wisdom, or whatever you want to call it. They had such a deep, more than just their culture. They were able to transcend their cultures into obviously in the futures to come, to where even today we're still studying these things and gaining out of them because of the metaphysical level. I don't think it's because of basically just we're able to connect with it because we've had it before. You can't appreciate something you've never had.
That's fascinating. I've always wondered how, because you'll hear these stories about metempsychosis, people who report to remember their past lives, and it always fascinates me. I wonder if we can ever someday figure out if this is something that's real or not, because you can see why someone would be skeptical to accept that as something that's true, right?
Not really. Most people can't remember what they did 2 weeks ago. Most people can't remember their first couple years of their life. Most people can't remember their womb, being in the womb. People base what they think they can remember, which if there are certain, obviously, esoteric methods to where you can lock into, if somebody tells me reincarnation doesn't exist and they can tell me from the time they were born to the time they died, to the time they're here right now, if they can tell me their whole life, they remember everything, then they can tell me that their lack of remembrance of their past life is a proper judge for what's real or what's not, because they don't even remember what they ate.
So Iamblichus, one of the later Neoplatonist writers before their pagan writers ever, he's one of the last of the pagan writers, 4th century, I think it is, 3rd, 4th century, something like that. He was writing about the life of Pythagoras, and apparently Pythagoras knew about his past lives. He says that one of his lives was a man named Aethalides, I think that's how you pronounce it, son of Hermes. And then another one of his past lives was Menelaus, who's from Homer's Odyssey or Iliad. So Pythagoras claimed to have remembered his past lives, according to Iamblichus.
Yeah, and if you get into Orthodox Judaism, this is commonplace. If you go actually,
Really?
if you're actually in, I'm talking real Orthodox Judaism, people who don't reject the Zohar, because anybody who rejects the Zohar, okay, anybody who in Judaism. Now, when I speak this in Judaism, okay, I speak this from a Jew. When you get people who who reject oral Torah, for instance, you've seen this in Karaites broke off from the rabbinical Judaism. They rejected certain aspects of the interpretations of the oral Torah, so they became their own sect, right? And nowadays, you'll see like different types of Judaism. Basically, it's always been like that. But one of the things that gets forgotten is that the esoteric dimension of Judaism has never went away, and it's been there for over 2,000 years. And we can see history testifies to the actual, like for instance, people align modern Orthodox Jewish people with Pharisees. Pharisees, Josephus says, believed in reincarnation, right? And then we see modern day people who call themselves Orthodox Jews who necessarily don't believe in reincarnation. And then people will take that and say, oh, see, Jews don't believe in reincarnation. And most people, if you tell people that, Jewish people don't believe in reincarnation, and then Christians will take that, Muslims will take that, and they'll be completely off the mark on what we're really talking about at the end of the day, right? Which is the real meaning, the soul of the esoteric, the actual meaning of the text, which is not having to do with we actually it says in the Zohar, I think I can say this to you guys. It says if the Torah came to relate simple stories like Jacob and Laban and the alike, the nations could have wrote better stories, and we should go follow them. Rather, the Torah came to relate supernal esoteric levels, and anybody who tries to approach them should know that that's what you're trying to achieve. And now, when we talk about reincarnation, that's obviously esoteric, but yet it's such a simple concept that anybody can understand if they have the comprehension to be able to understand. Like, just think for a second. Could I have been here before? Right? I can't tell you. Most people, that's never even crossed their mind because they're in some sort of predictive programming.
Now, I forgot, you were saying something that I was going to ask you about it. I just forgot what it was now. I think it was about Nero.
Yeah.
Didn't we say something about Nero that you were going to pull up, or you wanted me to post? That's what it was. You wanted me to post something up. What was that?
Yes. So I think we did a fair establishment of the whole idea of the Passover and the Egyptian lamb. You obviously pulled up some outside sources confirming that this is a case that, technically the sacrifice of the Passover lamb is a sacrifice of the Egyptians' god in the basic meaning of the story. Okay. And so there are, remember I was telling you about these different ways you can understand the text, and it will help us understand Jesus more, right? And maybe in a different context that will make sense of the mysteries, right? When we talk about Amun and we talk about these different Christ figures throughout the nations, why they converted to Christianity so easily. They buried, I'm going to say this very carefully because after I reveal this to you, you're like, oh, okay. They buried their gods from their own side. Okay, it wasn't a Jewish or Hebrew or Israelite army that conquered, that made them bury their gods. They did it from their own side, and it's very, very, very important on why that means to make a distinction, right? And it has to do with with Passover and the Lamb of God, which I'm sure you're already kind of hopefully making connections to.
So, what do you think about the Trinity, first of all, before I get into what I'm about to ask you?
I think that the Nicene, whatever doctrine that they call the Trinity is, it was obviously, I mean, I don't think that it's I'll put it to you this way. You can interpret this through an esoteric Jewish lens. You can even show it through different texts and how it works. But if you're trying to prove, that, your sect of Christianity is true because you believed it, then I don't agree. But if you're trying to show it like an esoteric, or like if you're trying to show a relationship between these different types of.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I recently was in a sort of a disagreement with a scholar, an academic, who was under the impression that what we would consider to be monotheism is something that comes way later, late second, third century, something like that. And I just said, this is just completely wrong. You can find what I would say. I mean, I didn't even go back this far. I brought up Philo's Middle Platonism. I brought up some of those thinkers from that period from Alexandria, and then Plato's Timaeus, where you get a creator who is the demiurge. He's perfect. He's eternal, and everything subsides from him. But even in the Pythagorean thought, even in the pre-Socratics and the Pythagoreans, they thought that there was an eternal arche, which means the first or the ruler. There was an eternal arche. Some of them called it the nous, which means mind in Greece. And this was an eternal, perfect being that everything comes from. And there even is this idea of a dyad, which is represents matter. So you have the monad, who's all the energy of the universe, and the monad creates a dyad where matter comes from, and he splits this dyad into two, and so you get basically male, female, Adam and Eve from this. This is reflected in John. I think that John, whoever wrote John, is reflecting this Middle Platonic theology of there being a God in the beginning who creates the world from his logos, and he splits it off into a dyad called Zoe, or life. And if you look up the Greek, Zoe, or you can even see in the English the word life is in there in the John 1. But if you look it up in the Greek, it's way more obvious that Zoe and logos are the dyad. And so I think not only Trinitarianism, but monotheism in general is an idea that comes from the pre-Socratics. I wonder what you think about that.
So, per the party line, the term monotheistic is what, people want to, hide, defend. Obviously there's, I think people call it different things, pantheism or this, that, and the other, where there's like one ruling, overarching, all powerful, and then little lesser, basically like a court of deities under him, right?
Emanations,
right?
And by the way, those were called daemons, and then some of the daemons were messengers, and the word messenger is angelos, angel. So so this whole dichotomy between angels and demons is kind of misunderstood.
It is.
They're all daemons.
Yes.
Just some of them are messengers and some of them aren't. And the ones that aren't messengers get looked at as evil because they're not subservient to the one. So I can see how the angels and demons dichotomy comes about, but it's not exactly what people think. It's just they're all daemons. They're all deities. They're all spirits under this one. And that to me is so present in the sources that if you to not see that, you're just not reading the sources, I think.
I don't know how much of appropriates for how, maybe another time we can go in it, but in the ancient mysteries, also in the Hebrew Bible, in Kabbalah, it's very important. The names of God are very, very important. Okay. And understanding, everything from the different Gematria or the different numerologies of the different names to understanding how these names interact with things. And for instance,
how many names of God is there? Someone told me that there were 72 names of God. If that's the case, that's interesting.
So, per my tradition, and the Zohar tells us literally that the entire, the Pentateuch. As you look at the Pentateuch, it's all written right in Hebrew in a special way and all that stuff. The entire Hebrew Torah is a name of God, right? And inside of it, it extrapolates all these different names. And so what does that mean, right? It basically means what we think of as a name is like calling on some dude is a lot different than really what's actually, what we think of names. A lot of times, like people in the ancient mysteries, even outside of the Hebrew context, like in the Egyptian papyri and things, people were using, what we call Hashem. They were using that name.
The name.
in different magical concepts, because what it really it represents a different couple things. I don't know if you're familiar with numerology, and
Yeah.
are you also familiar with like magical?
This is another thing that the Pythagoreans and pre-Socratics were deep into, number mysticism.
Right, and it hasn't gone anywhere. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's still very, very much alive.
And that's another thing I point to and say, look, this whole Gematria system, it seems to be very in line with what the pre-Socratics were doing with their number mysticism stuff.
Right. Well, basically, anybody who starts reading and getting into that mysticism of the Hebrew Bible, you'll realize that it's all very it's coded in numerology. It's coded in numbers and written in a specific way. That's like, you know anything about a magic squares? How every side will equal the same thing no matter how you look at it.
Yeah, you ever seen those like Sator Rotas ones?
Yeah, well, there's very, very, very big ones, and there's some magic squares out there that'll just rattle the mind of any mathematician. Like, how could this even be possible, right? And so at this point, then you're going to start dealing with actual matter manipulation, is because people don't realize the power of a human brain, for one, or whatever we call the brain, right? Or the power of the human consciousness, the power of your thought. Right, and how you see things with knowledge, and this can change things. And when you see certain things like numerology and numbers that are so perfectly aligned, that it has to be basically sourced from somewhere that was able, like some people call it, like a non-human entity or something like that, right? Like angels.
By the way, they found one of these magic squares with Sator, Arepo, Tenet, Opera, Rotas, and then you can see how it backwards is spelled the same. They found one of these in Pompeii, which means it has to predate 77, whatever the year, 79 or 62, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, right. I think it's right at 72 or something, right after the destruction, I think.
Yeah. And so this one says likely pre-62, which means, and by the way, if you actually translate that, it means like our Father. Like the name
Seder is like order too.
Yeah, the word pater is in there and all that stuff. So it's like Sator, sower, unknown word, Rotas, whatever. There's something. There's a way to reinscribe that is into like pater noster, which is our Father. It's in here somewhere. Oh, by the way, there's Satan too. That's someone else that wrote that. But anyways, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. So obviously, my point
here it is. Lord's Prayer. You could take those letters and you can reinscribe them to pater noster. And you get our Father, and then you get Alpha, Omega, Omega, Alpha. So there's some people who are saying that there might have been Christians in Pompeii as early as before 79 AD, which is possible, but it also would change the way we think of Christianity, because Christianity would have been spreading a lot quicker than we thought, if that's true.
Well, it was I forgot to be careful what. So basically, it was a secret Jewish Kabbalistic circle, pretty much, that people were very initiated, and they had connections across, different parts of the. Obviously, when you look at the letters that Paul was writing to these people, he wasn't writing to people who just started believing in this Judaism, right? He didn't. He was writing to people who were extremely initiated in this some sort of mystical Judaism that they had at the time, and these weren't like average people those letters are being written to. These are people he's always referring to things that he already talked to them about that he isn't talking about in the letter. It's because they were like basically mystery. They were secret orders that had secret knowledge.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot of academics are really push back against the idea of Christianity being an early mystery religion. And I don't know why that is. I don't know why they're so,
because of the implications on which you'll see throughout the chain of history for the last 1,000 years.
Probably because they seem to be really just like, if you bring that up, they're like, oh no way, it can't be true. It's like,
so just for imagine
think about this. You have initiation, you have the baptism, there's a Eucharist, there is Paul's writings talk about the mystery of Christ. You have the word mysterion.
The mysteries of the kingdom of heaven.
Right. It's like it has every check. You can check every box for what a mystery religion is. Christianity checks every box.
Every box.
I just don't understand.
It's not Christianity. That's the problem. It's actual. It's Now, even calling it Judaism would probably be bad. It's really just the mysteries of the Hebrews. To tell you the truth, the mysteries of the Israelite people. Right. That's where it all came.
Especially the Hellenized ones that are speaking Greek. They're the ones who are more inclined to.
Well, and it's interesting when you take the text that people wanted, like people were like real interested, like even with the Ptolemies, they wanted to even if you don't believe the letter of Athanasius where it talks about there are 72 elders, right? Even if you don't believe that, at the very minimum, you can pull off that people wanted to know whatever type of they were looking at these people and they're like, dude, there's some sort of mystery. What's this text you guys are extrapolating from? What is this? Right. Yeah. And so they had this, I obviously I'm of the opinion that for a long time, the mysteries have been present throughout all, it's not always everyone on the bottom are able to talk about these things like we are now, but the mysteries have always been there throughout all generations, throughout, the different elite groups and this, that, and the other. And so we see that, the Septuagint being translated or not being translated at the very minimum, it even goes to show more that the Septuagint was an esoteric text and it was written a specific way. But back to the Jesus thing, if we take the consideration for a second that let's say, a lot of the books in what we call the New Testament are written by mystics, initiates, people who have esoteric knowledge, and they're writing this in a specific way, right? Obviously, we see the parables, we see all the stuff. It's got everything that corresponds to an esoteric text. People have just, think that it's in plain sight, and so people don't take it seriously sometimes. But there are many things in there that are just kind of random and it doesn't make sense, right? And so one of the things that hopefully I can show that we can end off on and you guys can think about a little bit is there's a section where he's up on the cross and they're going to go break legs, but they don't break his leg. Are you familiar with this?
No, in the Gospels?
Yes.
No, what's that?
When they're like, dude, the sun's coming down. We got to take him off the cross because the Shabbat's coming in. So they go up to make sure everyone's dead. So they poke, they break the other two guys' legs, but they poke Jesus.
Yeah. Okay. Now I know.
They don't break his legs.
Sure.
Okay. So you can take this as just a story, like it happened 2000 years, whatever, and that's all you're going to get at it. But we're gonna go back to the Passover lamb, and just for a second, there was a section in there that talks about how the high priest Caiaphas he gathers all the elders of the people of the Judeans, right? They all gather around and they're like, dude, if this guy keeps up, everyone's gonna believe in him, right? And he's gonna destroy our nation and our people and all this stuff. And so this guy Caiaphas says, you guys are fools. You guys don't even know nothing. And he says something very interesting. And he says, he's going to they're going to use him to gather all the lost children of God. But like basically what it says, they're going to use him to gather all the lost children of God. And it says from that day, they made plans to kill him. Okay. That there was a specific time where they were making plans to kill him in order to cause this redemption of the people of God, right? Because he was such a great, prophet or whatever, or people who believe in him, they made plans to kill him, right? And so therefore we see how they made it plans. You see this in the Talmud, the Arab Passover, you know what I mean, for this different things. And so it's all correlating, like obviously initiated the first people in Christianity, always consider him to be the Passover lamb, right? Passover lamb, Passover lamb, Passover lamb. And there's very important why it happened. And then we can see some very interesting that happened afterwards. So if you can, I don't know, go to just type in online Zohar. Okay. Very simple. Zohar. Online Zohar. And if you can't share the screen, and I'll walk you to it, it'll have a full
Kabbalah Center. Kabbalah
yeah.
Center?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm there.
Yeah. And then we'll just go to the index and I'll walk you to the right place.
Okay. By the way, For both of you who are waiting, we'll get to you right in a second. Just want to get through this real quick. All right, what is it now?
No problem. I enjoy listening.
All right,
So go to Bo. Go to. So you see all the different sections. Scroll down. So that's Bereshit. Go to the second book. Go all the way down. Keep on scrolling. Right there, Shemot. Now
This
see Bo. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Go right there, and now go to. There's a section in there. 195. Okay. So scroll up. Yep. Paschal sacrifice right there. All right. So we're going to read it, and we're going to start at 195. Okay. And I think the wise shall understand and shall see this fairly quickly, and it'll explain the last 2,000 years of history.
195 is all right. What is the meaning of neither shall you break a bone of it? Shemot 12:46 to show contempt to it and all the deities of Egypt, because the unbroken bones were thrown out to the marketplace, and dogs would come and drag them from place to place. This was the most difficult thing for them, because the bones put the body in order and resemble another side, namely their other deities. The children of Israel cast them out into the marketplace in contempt. Therefore it is written, neither shall you break a bone of it. You must not break them, but dogs came and broke them.
And continue, read the 96.
It can also be explained, the Egyptians came afterwards and saw the dogs dragging these bones from place to place and breaking them. The Egyptians would bury them in the ground so that the dogs could not find them, which was the greatest obliteration of their idols on their side. The Holy One, blessed be he, was elevated in his glory by this. And all the other powers of the idols were subdued. When the subjugation of idols is from their own side, it is even more profound, namely when they buried the bones of their idols in the earth. Therefore, it is not Yisrael that voided them, as it is written, neither shall you break a bone of it.
Okay. So
can I ask a question real quick? Is that cool?
Yeah.
At this point?
Yeah.
Just curious. By the way, thank you for hosting this, Neil. I just wanted to, say that it's awesome that you have, this is an open forum and that you're allowing people to come through and just kind of drop their 2 cents. So is that Paschal passage was written by, I saw the Hebrew is written by Hebrews, yes?
You're right.
Who wrote that?
It was, yeah, this is by the Zohar. So it's written in Aramaic. And so I would say it's written by a rabbi named Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. And some would say it's written by a rabbi named Rabbi Moshe de Leon.
So, okay, so that's like their take on what happened when Egyptians sort of started to abandon the old ways.
Why don't we have Salt? Well, just explain what you thought about that, and then let's go, and then we'll ask him what you know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good.
So there is a section in the book of Exodus, and it's in chapter 12, verse 46. Okay. And it says there that you shall not break a bone of it. In the previous part, it says you shall eat it in one house, neither shall you break a bone of it. Basically talking about the Passover sacrifice. Okay. And the Zohar brings a question here. It says, what's the meaning of not breaking a bone of it? Like if you're eating some lamb, like why can't you just gnaw down on it? You know what I mean? And go to town and break the bone or whatever, right? So obviously we're dealing with coded esoteric text. I've been trying to establish this from the beginning, and all this has meaning. So it's
so is the secret meaning that Jesus is conquering the idols of Egypt?
So the secret meaning is that Jesus. Okay, before I let me lead you into it a little bit. But that was very close. There was a very good idea here with that, but I think there's a couple nuances that we can go into it. Okay, because meanwhile what I led into this was they made plans to put him to death in order to cause a redemption. Okay, they made plans specifically to put him to death in a specific way to cause a redemption, and that's the part of the scripture we're going to talk about. So the idea of not breaking a bone of it, since ancient times in amongst the esoteric Hebrews, I'm going to continue using that term so that way we can all understand what I'm trying to say here. Okay, that we would keep Passover, and whatever exile, whatever nation we were in, whatever, like for instance, there are 4 exiles: the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Assyrians, and the Edomites. There's these different. There's a little bit more than that, but there's these different exiles, right? And each time we're in these different exiles, the Egyptian exile kind of gives us a blueprint on how to deal with each different exile. Okay, and so as we are in these different exiles, we keep the mitzvot, we keep the commandments, which allow us to be close to our God. So when it says, "Neither shall you break a bone of it," we don't do it for table manners. We don't do it to to keep things clean. We do it to show contempt to the God of Egypt, or in our case, or whatever time it be, whatever exile we're amongst, right? So if we're amongst idolaters, right, when we do these certain things, it's like we are sacrificing and then showing contempt to their idolatry. So it says here that to show contempt to it and all the deities of Egypt, because the unbroken bones were thrown out to the marketplace and dogs would come and drag them from place to place. Okay, so in many places within the Bible, the dogs are always referred to as religious leaders. Okay, people like in Isaiah 56, it calls all the shepherds of Israel dogs. In the Greek writings, it say beware of the dogs, right? There are many times it calls religious leaders dogs. Okay, so when it says here it was tossed out to the marketplace and dogs would drag them from place to place, and this was the most difficult thing for them because the bones put the body in order and there's no number side. So this is more so into some intricacies, but the idea here is to understand that the dogs in the marketplace represent basically grabbing an Egyptian deity or what's precious to the Egyptians and then throwing it to the common folk and the religious leaders. Okay, put it to you very simply. So if we continue to go a little bit further, we're going to see it's very interesting. It says it can be explained that the Egyptians afterwards came and saw the dogs dragging these bones from place to place and breaking them. The Egyptians would bury them in the ground so that the dogs could not find them. So the Egyptians were they were magicians, a lot of them. Okay, a lot of these Egyptians are signified as like the world elite in this scenario here. Okay, the exiles, the world elite, on whom the Jewish people are being subjugated under. Okay, and by the Egyptians seeing their initiation rite of the lamb being dragged through the marketplace by these dogs, these low level, religious leaders that don't have any idea what's going on. They're just people trying to, they're at best they're loyal. And that's the meaning of a dog, is it's got loyalty. Right. And so dogs have a part, but the Egyptians would be offended by these religious leaders by these dogs, getting their religious idol and dragging it into the marketplace and trying to make money off of it. Right. So what do the Egyptians do? They take the bones, they get the remains of whatever's left of their esoteric god, and they bury it. They remove it away. They take it away. No one can see it. Right. And in doing so, like for instance, they used to worship Ammon and all these different gods. Right. And in doing so, they buried their own gods from their own side. It wasn't a Jewish military that took them over. It wasn't an Israelite army that took them over. It was using basically their own idolatry against themselves.
Kind of like how Edom and Rome buried their own pagan idols. And
exactly.
Jesus,
So Jesus was always used as, people have seen these Christ figures throughout the different nations, and they all adopted Christianity right away because they matched so closely to their Christ figure that they already had.
Oh, I get what you're saying now.
And so the elite world leaders buried those.
This is
idols.
Ed, this is up your alley, right? This is like they're targeting the pagan world as like. Is that what you're getting at? I'm just trying to follow you. I'm trying to follow you to the end. Let's cut to the chase. Is that what you're saying here? You're saying that these scriptures were sort of.
I'm saying that Jesus was the like when the aspect of it, right? He represented this idol that was sacrificed, okay? That made the elite mystery cults of the Mesopotamia, of the Mediterranean and the Iberian Peninsula and the whole world. He made them bury their idols from their own side, because they seen this creation of this Jewish Messiah that had all the attributes of the ancient and mystery cults in it, and they could not stand that there were these dogs using him and trying to make money off of these initiation cults, right? And so they buried him. They buried the Ammon cult. They buried the Dionysus. They buried these different Christ concepts behind this Passover lamb figure.
Damn.
Was it not the prophesied role of the Messiah to subdue the nations, to make the nations turn from their idols and worship the God of Israel? Isn't that like one of the main roles of Moshiach?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, but I mean, that's like, yeah, but shot. I mean, and however you interpret the nations is one thing, right? Like I'll say, people, and I'll say this amongst Europeans and I'll say this because for you, Adam, like amongst European people, we take on the identity of a Gentile so quickly, right? We take on the identity that we're, this and that, and before we even really try to think about, most people are, how can I say this?
Maybe it's because they fall into their indigenous religions first.
and what if anything, if we know about the indigenous religions, especially of the Indo-Europeans, the Celts, the even the Greeks and all that stuff, they were very connected to Moses. That's what all the ancient sources are saying. They were very connected
What about Germanic heathens?
I don't think there's any connection to there. I think there are people who said that there was a different
So
source.
Can I ask you this real quick? So if you don't mind, please humor me. Yeah. Let's skip a couple hundred years, right? Yeah. So Christianity has been around. We're in England now, and Anglo-Saxons are in the process of converting to Christianity very slowly. It was kind of an osmosis sort of situation. You have stories of missionaries going into like Frisia and northern Germany, chopping down trees and such. But you also have the Anglo-Saxons whose kings, we all know about the divine right of kings, which came around, during the Middle Ages, where kings would claim descendants from like God or authority from God. But you also have at the very same time in Anglo-Saxon England, kings still tracing their lineage back to Woden, even though they have overtly converted to Christianity. So it's actually more of like an osmosis, a gradient. It didn't all happen at once. It happened over the course of several hundred years.
I would even go beyond that. The church, the popes that are writing these letters, like Pope Gregory wrote a letter to the bishop in London, and they don't ever acknowledge, or they acknowledge the existence of these daemons, these other gods. They acknowledge that they exist on a lower plane than the one, or the Father. But they'll even say things like, just take the daemon out, take the idol out of the temple, sprinkle it with holy water, put a cross in there, make it into a church. But like the texts never say like those gods don't exist. They just kind of say, yeah, they're acknowledging that these people could have bloodlines from these daemons at some point. It's kind of fascinating to see that, is what I'm getting.
I can give you guys an actual 12th century source of Anglo-Saxon kings still claiming descent from Woden himself, Odin.
Right.
But there are other people who say that the Viking culture descended from the Phoenicians, or better yet, people of that Semitic origin, where you can see the letters themselves are very similar to.
They do at some point adopt some sort of form of the alphabet.
Even when you talk about the Druids, Druids are very connected to that ancient mystery cults, right? And that's what I'm trying to connect it down into, is you will find connections between all these cultures in their mystery cults.
Let me catch
Where does it come through? Okay, let me ask
Let me catch
this.
up on some of these super chats real
Go
quick,
ahead,
and then
go ahead.
and then we'll get back to this. Jason Kukulo, thank you for waiting for that. Phoenike in Greek, Phoenicians means purple dye makers occupation. Yeah, Phoenician does mean purple people. Phoenike. So yeah, that is a good point there. Interesting. A lot of that dye was also found in Crete too. A lot of those purple makers in Crete. Thank you for that. Jesse Reichbach says, Saul, can you speak on Shev Hamapharash for a moment? Think you find something interesting. If you want to come back to this after we were just talking about the other stuff, you want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Then Jesse, hold on a second. We'll get back to that question in a minute. All right, go ahead.
What's particular sources actually connect the Semitic peoples to the rest of Europe? Specifically north of Italy, north and west of Italy. What source?
Well, here's what it's not really a source. That it's a theory that the Phoenicians, when they traveled, because they did actually travel across they went through the Straits of Gibraltar. So they went through where Spain and Morocco meet, and they went into the Atlantic Ocean. There were some Phoenician colonies all the way to the end of Spain and Africa. So the theory is that they actually went beyond there, and they went past into England and modern day, Scandinavia.
So
But I don't know how true that is, though. I don't know.
They would have found an entire population of Western hunter-gatherers there already.
Right.
That had already been conquered by the Indo-Europeans, the Yamnaya, who came west.
Right. But that happened thousands of years.
Already people here.
Yeah, that happened thousands of years.
Yeah, I would like to see a source. It's an interesting theory. I'm open to all sorts of ideas.
Yeah, I don't know how true it is, though. I don't know.
Yeah, you guys don't want to give fodder to the Christian identity.
The people who built Stonehenge were tens of thousands of years older in the British Isles than any other Bronze Age culture. They'd been there forever. And they had their druids and they had their rites around those very stones that we see today. So, and
I definitely appreciate
all over Europe. There's standing stones everywhere. There's still evidence of that going into the medieval age. So I don't know about the
you don't start seeing
they didn't change the entire fabric of the civilization is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you don't start seeing those runes until way later. They're not those runes don't go back to like the Bronze Age or anything like that. They go back.
So the earliest rune find was just found in the island of Fyn outside of Odense in Denmark.
Yeah,
and
how old is that?
That's like 1 AD.
Yeah, exactly.
Like literally, but it was,
that's very old. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
but it's not. But the alphabet's
I'm not
1,000.
predates. That's not what I'm getting.
Well, no,
I'm
saying
the
alphabet.
culture was there.
The alphabet's the alphabet's 1,000 years older than that, though. So it's like you can't say that's the Phoenicians. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. But also going back to the whole did Jesus fulfill Scripture? I'm actually interested, and Neil, I actually really just popped in to ask you about what version of the Septuagint and what version of the Greek are you looking at? Because I tried looking for the Septuagint, like copies on Amazon, so I could read directly from a horse's mouth, and it just seems like it's cobbled together from like Vatican sources.
Oh, that's all you're gonna get. The really? Septuagint that we have is the church Septuagint. We do not. You can look online to read the Greek manuscripts that predate, and all we have is like the stuff they found in Qumran. That's it. Like you don't, but you shouldn't be too surprised. Yeah, Perseus Tuss wouldn't have. See, the Septuagint I'm holding in my hand right now. This is the Church Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus, Codex Alexandricus. Those three, they're pretty much the same with a little bit of variation. But those are
pretty close.
They translate. They switch the word Yahweh to Kyrios, Lord. And that's all.
Yeah, I was watching Alman talk about that. Very interesting stuff.
They render the Lord for every single verse, and that's how that. But that's how you can tell. But you could tell that's why the church would do that, because they're trying to unify the text under one cohesive. The Lord, the Lord, the Lord, and then in the Masoretic text it's Yod He Vavi, Adonai, and it switches. And then you start seeing different variations and stuff.
Do they still use Creo for Christ in that?
Oh no, Kriya is a older. It's the root of Christos. So if you look on Perseus Tufts, you see the etymology of Christos. You'll see that the word kreo, which means to anoint, to dab, to anoint, that's what that word comes from. And if you could find that word being used for example, when
Sting of the gadfly
I was just going to say,
also has that meaning.
if you look up the word,
Diodorus Siculus writes about Medea Croesus on herself.
the oldest usage of that word is from Aeschylus's Prometheus trilogy, where he says that Io, the goddess Io, who is one of the followers of Prometheus, was stung by the gadfly, and it uses the word kreo for that sting.
So let me ask, because I only have a cursory understanding. I'm more of like into Northern European stuff, obviously. I mean, if you couldn't already tell, but where did that mutation occur to go from kreo?
Oh no, that's just how Greek is. That's how Greek. Every word in Greek is sometimes a combination of two words together. That's how they express themselves. So, Christos is more of a verb, as more of a. It's just a different usage of that word. They're connected through they're connected etymologically, but you find them in different sources being used in certain ways.
So,
you know what I mean?
So what you're saying is there is a different context for Christos being used in places like, the people who are writing around the Bible.
Yeah, but you also get Christi, Christ. There's different. It depends on the verb and how the verb's being used. So if it's like they Christed, or they were Christed, or he is the Christ, or he was Christ, depending on how it's being used, that word will change in its morphology. That's how Greek is. That's just how Greek is.
Well, that's my only. I guess that's my nagging question is like, at what point did we go from like?
Oh, there is no point. There is no point. The words are being used around the same time as each other. That's all it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not like the word doesn't change. It's still the same word. It's just being used differently. That's all.
Okay. Right, but I look it up on Perseus Tufts and like Creo, even the LXX version, it just says anoint, but it's like anoint with what? Like, what are we talking about here?
Oil. Yeah.
Okay.
It depends on how they're exactly. It depends on what source it is and what they're using it for.
All right.
But
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to dig down, man. I love learning the source, like the beginnings of particular terms and such.
Yeah. No, it's fascinating.
Now control the world we observe today.
Now, Saul, I wanted to, because we now we're a little off base. Saul, you were talking about how that whatever you're talking about. There's a mystical something behind Jesus. Now, I'm wondering what your thoughts. Have you ever heard of this 888 Gematria thing?
Yeah, it's in Against Heresies.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have a 2nd century text where this church father, Hippolytus, is talking about these heretics called the Valentinians. And he mentions that they have a triad made up of Logos, Zoe, and God the Father, who's the nous, the mind. So it's very Pythagorean. He even says it's Pythagorean. He goes, he says Valentinus plagiarized Pythagoras and created this Christian doctrine from the Pythagoreans of a trinity. He calls it a triados, which is where we get the word Trinity from anyway. And then he goes, if you add up the letters of Jesus' name, I just pulled this up. If you look on the left side, forget about Christos for a second, but if you look on the left side, Jesus, every letter, the letter iota is 10, heta is 8, sigma is 200, and so forth, right? You get 888. And the reason why they thought that was so profound, these Pythagorean Christians called Valentinians, is because if you look at a Greek alphabet, there's exactly 8 monads, which are 8 letters that have 1 decimal value, 1 through 9. Then there's 8 decades, which are 8 letters that have 2 decimal values. And now we're getting deep in the weeds here, but just follow me for a second. This is kind of fascinating. If I was a mythicist, I'd be all over this shit. And then there's 8 letters that are hectanods, which means there's 8 letters exactly with 3 digits. So that means Jesus as the Logos. By the way, John's gospel fits this narrative so well because John 1, right off the beginning, you have God creating the world through a Logos that splits off into a dyad called Zoe. He says Zoe is the light of the world, light, and the life is the light of the world. That's what he says. Now, this Pythagorean Gematria Jesus guy with 8 numbers in his, or 888 Gematria, he literally is the Logos because his name even matches the alphabet, which is the word, right? So I think that's some mystical shit right there. I think it's fascinating. If I was a mythicist, I would be like, hey, look, they created this guy. They even created his name. Even his name was chosen. And by the way, another thing about his name, Jesus or Joshua or Jason. By the way, there's Jason Maccabees. His real name in Hebrew was Jesus Maccabees. His name was Yehoshua Maccabees. Yeshua Maccabees. And in Greek, they changed his name to Jason Maccabees. And Yason or Yasthai means to anoint, to save, to heal. Right? I didn't mean to say anoint. To heal. He's a healer. His name. So a lot of times when we're to go to the mythicist point, I don't know why I keep thinking about mythicists right now, but when you're trying to determine if a character is historical or real or not real or whatever, if you want to know if it's a fable or if it's history, for example, Aesop's fables, oftentimes the character's name will represent what he's doing. If the guy's name is Sleepy and he's sleeping in the story, this is a fable, right? Well, Jesus' name is Healer, and he's healing people in the story. And then he's the Logos, and his name it also matches the alphabet. So I'm just saying, if I was a mythicist, I'd be like, look, guys, there's what can we even draw from this other than this is some sort of mystical adaptation of the fulfillment of Scripture?
Yeah.
Saul, do you have your own channel?
I do.
Make videos?
I do. My channel is The Garment of Esau.
What is it called?
It's called The Garment of Esau.
Really, really interesting. Have you ever heard of me? You've seen any of my videos?
I think so. I haven't really seen.
Because everything you're talking about is things I've been covering the last few years. The twin religions, Jacob and Esau. How Jesus is like essentially a secret Messiah that conquered paganism and was the divine persecution from Esau while you're in the exile of Edom. All of it, top to bottom.
Yeah, you guys line up pretty good.
The total Yeshu and Shimon Kephas story, origin of Christianity as well.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely. I'm glad to hear other people have the knowledge. Obviously, it's obviously it's sourced in. You didn't make this stuff up.
No.
But it's sourced within ancient texts, and it's been something that's people have believed on for thousands of years.
Yeah, I've got clips of rabbis like confirming all of this stuff, and the primary sources, the Zohar, the Talmud, Torah. It's been really interesting to hear you talk about all this. You mentioned Esau and Jacob, like Judaism and Christianity, or Jerusalem and Rome. Basically, the elder shall serve the younger. You interpreted that as the elder shall worship the younger, and that's why
that's Esau. That's the sense of Esau will worship a Jew, but it also can be looked at as there's this thing called the holy head of Esau, and that there will the best of Esau, the holy sparks of Esau, will eventually convert to Judaism.
As Noahides.
No, if you know anything about Nero, his descendant was Rabbi Meir, who was a big chacham, a big sage. He's
Nero, the emperor.
Nero converted to Judaism, and from him was descendant Rabbi Meir.
No way.
Is that what the Talmud says?
Just in the Talmud, yeah.
Well, it's not only what Talmud says; it's also what I think we can extrapolate from history and the sources.
Wait. You're saying that the emperor. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
You're saying that the Emperor Nero converted to Judaism, and
he didn't
sack the temple.
Well, this is very, very interesting. If you guys know anything about Josephus, and Pompeia Sabina, Nero's wife,
and guess
she helped get some imprisoned Kohanim priests from out of prison. She was working real closely with the Jerusalem priests and this, that, and the other, because there were some. You guys know about this, right?
Yeah. Papias.
Okay, so Nero had this wife, and he was very, very crazy about. Obviously, had this downfall with her. People say he kicked her and killed her when she was pregnant. but she was a big supporter of the Jews and the temple in Jerusalem. Some people would consider her like a God-fearer, not necessarily, but she was definitely in that upper echelon at the time. So what's really interesting with this is, obviously, as you know, Vespasian, right? We have the sources with Josephus. We also have a source in Talmud and in the Gemara. But mainly Josephus is who we got to look at here, right? So Josephus was very, very well in tuned with Pompeia Sabina. He knew her personally. They were friends. And
does Josephus say this? I don't remember reading that part.
yeah, there's a I believe I should have brought my Josephus. Yes, there is a source. Type in Josephus and Pompeia Sabina. There was some sort of engagement between the two of them.
Antiquities or wars?
It might be in Antiquities, not in the war. Maybe in the wars. I'll get it. But so this is very interesting because when we talk about the foundation of what we call rabbinical Judaism, right? It started at it was initiated at a place called Yavne, right? Under the
the story is that when the temple was just being destroyed by Titus, and who's the son of Vespasian, who was also with Tiberius Alexander, they were sacking the temple. There was these sages, these temple sages that came to Vespasian to make a deal, and they're like, look, we know you got us, we're beat, we're destroyed, you got the temple, but we need to figure out what we're going to do to make a peace offering or whatever. He's like, here, send us doctors to the city of Yavne so that those sages can be, taken care of. And then basically what happens is Yavne becomes the center of rabbinic Judaism, where they start off this new era without the temple.
Right. Well, what's very interesting with this is that two of these prominent, there's a rabbi named Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Yeah. And there was another man named Josephus.
And he snuck out pretending he was a dead body.
Yes. This is found in Gittin 56 in the Talmud. And but what's very interesting is once I show you guys this here, it's going to make a lot of sense.
Well, in this same passage you're talking about, I've read this before. They tell Vespasian that he's the king. They go, you're the king. They go, Nero's dead, now you're the king. He goes, king? He goes, why shouldn't I kill you right now for saying that?
Let me ask you this.
Basically, what you just said was blasphemy. What are you talking about, king? And they're like, no, you are the king. Nero's dead. And he's like, huh?
Yeah. So what's very interesting of this is Josephus and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai both had foreknowledge of Nero's conversion to Judaism, which allowed them to make a diplomatic move to create the foundation of Yavne, as well as the Flavian Josephus record. You can see this very clear as day. It says that Nero went into Jerusalem. He was shooting his arrows in all directions, and they kept landing in Jerusalem. Okay.
Yeah, we were talking about this.
This is a esoteric reference to whenever in the ancient world, a man shooting seed out of his genitals is referred to as shooting arrows. Okay, Rashi tells us that, like, in different references in the Torah where it talks about a man shooting his arrows, it's in reference to a man shooting his seed. Okay, I'm gonna try to keep it very PG here for you guys, but just to understand what's going on here. So Nero went to Jerusalem and started basically practicing debauchery, sexual debauchery. Like most elite world leaders, they always like to practice sexual debauchery. Well, nevertheless, something happened to where it says that he found out that basically God was going to use him, use him to destroy the temple. So it says that he converts, and his descendant was Rabbi Meir. And what's really interesting is this passage right before, it actually says this right before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai comes into the picture.
It's up here. Yeah, I remember it being right around.
So it's telling the reader, and also in Vespasian and Josephus as well, it's telling the reader that how would these two Jews know that Nero wasn't Caesar anymore?
Yeah, that's and here's another thing on top of that. Vespasian didn't become Caesar after Nero. That was the year of the 4 emperors. You have to wait for Otho. You have to wait another 3 months for Vitellius, or I'm sorry, Galba. Then another 3 months for Otho, and then Vitellius, and then Vespasian leaves Egypt and then becomes the Caesar.
Right.
So it's a really weird story. It almost doesn't make sense.
Well, there was obviously political powers at be at the time that were working with Vespasian.
Here's the thing, though. When Nero died and Galba was proclaimed Caesar, the eastern realm of the Roman Empire, which was Syria, Antioch, Syria, Pergamum, I think Dalmatia was another one, and Egypt or / Judea, that whole background, that whole area, all of them sided with Vespasian and said, forget about Galba. We're not going to support him as Caesar. We support Vespasian, which means Vespasian got support as Caesar even before he was Caesar.
Right.
So the Talmud does have some historical accuracy to the fact that after Nero died, even though Vespasian didn't become the Caesar, he had support to be the Caesar by the Jews and by the people in Egypt and Alexandria. So
I don't know if you have. So this is very, very interesting. People say he died, but if you know anything about Rabbi Meir, right? You know anything about Yavne? At the time of the destruction, they could not have set up Yavne without some sort of agreement.
Yeah, I got it right here. So here it is right here. Where'd it go? I just had it. Shit.
It also says that the rebels or the zealots destroyed all of the food supplies and forced them to fight the Romans.
Here it is.
Destruction.
Here it is. He says, all right, so the Rabbi Ben Zakkai is told to leave Jerusalem and to come in secret. So he comes and he does this thing where he pretends to be a dead body. And then it's really weird. It says it is possible that through this there will be some salvation. Basically saying, like, if we're going to have any remnant of Israel survive this attack, we have to do this. This is what they're basically getting at. And then it says he comes, pretends to be sick, and then everyone came and asked about your welfare, and that it'll spread to your ailing condition, blah, 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 blah. So he does this thing. He pretends to be a dead person, right? I don't know why he keeps doing that. And he breaks out, and then it says right here, it says, when Rabbi Zakkai reached their Roman camp, he said, greetings, the king. Greetings to you, the king. Vespasian says to him, you are liable for 2 death penalties for saying that. 1, because I'm not a king, and yet you call me a king. Furthermore, if I am a king, why didn't you come until now? And then Zakkai says, as for yourself, as for what you said about yourself, I am not a king. All right. And then it says, in truth,
you are.
Yeah. In truth, you are a king. If not, and he says, if not now, then in the future, as if you are not a king, Jerusalem will not be handed over into your hand, as it is written, the Lebanon shall fall by a mighty one. He's basically telling Vespasian that you fulfilled this prophecy. And then he says,
no, he's saying basically, if you're going to take Jerusalem, the only way you're going to be able to do that is if you're the king, because it won't fall to somebody who's not the mighty one.
Right. Do Control F and then type in Esau.
Well, real quick, I just want to finish this story off. This is fascinating.
Okay. Well, it's in the same thing. It's in 56b.
Is it? All right. He said, and he says, understanding that Rabbi Zakkai was prepared to ask him not to destroy the temple. Vespasian said that if there is a barrel, they had this square off, like this like wisdom square off. I think it is like who's wiser, right? And Vespasian says to him, if there is a barrel of honey and a snake is wrapped around it, wouldn't they break the barrel in order to kill the snake? He's talking about Jerusalem. In a similar fashion, I'm forced to destroy the city of Jerusalem in order to kill the zealots barricaded within it. Zakkai was silent, did not answer. In the light of this, Rabbi Yosef later read the following verse about him and say that Rabbi Akiva, who applied the verse to Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai, I am the Lord who turns wise men backward and makes their knowledge foolish. And then this is where the Yavne thing comes in, because right over here it says, Rabbi Zakkai says, do not be distressed or fooled. Good tidings have reached you. Good tidings make the bone fat. But what is the remedy? He says, have someone with whom you are displeased come and pass before you. It is written. But he did this and his shoe went off. Vespasian says, since you are so wise, why didn't you come to see me until now? But why didn't I tell you, Vespasian? I already told you what I had to say. And then he says down here, here it is. Vespasian then said to Rabbi and Zechariah, I'll be going to Rome to accept my new position, which he doesn't actually do. He goes to Egypt first. But anyways, and I will send someone else in my place to continue besieging it. It was just his son, Titus. But before I leave, I ask something of me that I can give you. Rabbi Ben Zakkai said to him, give me Yavne and its sages. Do not destroy it. Spare the dynasty of Rabbi Gamaliel. By the way, Paul claims to be a student of Gamaliel.
Yep.
Do not kill them as if they were rebels. And lastly, give me doctors to heal Rabbi Zadok. Rabbi Yosef read the following, blah, blah, blah. So basically what he does, he makes a deal with him here. He spares the city of Yavne and the sages that were in that city. And what happens as a result of that, if this is true, let's just say it's true, that's where Rabbinic Judaism starts, right then and there. Because of Vespasian sparing the city, we get the remnant of Israel.
Well, yeah, because Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai was the one who formed all the prayers, the Amida prayer, all these, the Gemara and all that stuff starts developing after this part, right?
What was it you wanted to search?
So, but you also missed the aspect when it's in 56a. It's in 56a with Nero.
Oh, all right, I'll pull that up after this.
There it is. No, there it is right there.
Oh, wow, that's weird.
Yeah, it looks like Adam knew.
Oh, you're right. Adam knew. Nero,
the real Chacham.
Yes, he said to the child, tell me a verse that you learned today. Yeah, I thought this was strange when I read this too. He said to him as follows, and I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people Israel. Nero said, the Holy One, blessed be he, wishes to destroy his temple, and he wishes to wipe his hands with that man, with me. The Romans are associated with Edom, the descendants of Esau. If I continue on this mission, I will eventually be punished for having served as God's agent to bring about the destruction. So he fled and became a convert. Yeah, I remember reading this and be like, huh?
So what does that mean up there?
Yeah, what is that?
He wishes to destroy his temple. They're saying that the Romans, as Edom, needed to destroy the temple and scatter them into exile so they can be in the final kingdom of Daniel in the exile of Edom.
So
under the Christians, the religion of Esau.
Right. So basically, how it works with the Hebrews is we get punished by the nations. Okay, for instance, the angel over Esau we call it the Samek Mem. You guys know the name of him, and this angel is the one.
Satan. It's Samael, and Satan.
There you go.
The guardian angel of Esau, Edom. So Christianity, the West.
That angel is used as a punishing force, right? It's used to bring apart judgment to the world. Matter of fact, it's called bloodshed and war, right? And so basically,
say Esau hates Jacob.
Right. So if I can explain this in a way, so there's like left and right paradigms, right? There's left and right, good and evil, and then there's the aspects of like mercy and judgment, okay? And judgment, it always has to do with the aspect of Esau, while mercy has to do with the right hand side, which is usually in the aspect of we call. I don't want to get too Kabbalistic, but we basically believe in, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov represent these certain modes of, we call them Sifrot, but they represent mercy, judgment, and like glory, and like a combination of mercy and judgment. Okay, and so when it says there that he's going to use me as a force of destruction to destroy his temple, I can give you some analogies to how he felt, likened to how whenever Abraham and Isaac both told their wives to say that you're my sister so that I don't die, and then this basically the wife, they were taken, and it could have brought big judgment upon that ruler at the time. Right, it could have brought, the ruler had a dream. I think it was Pharaoh and Avimelech. They had dreams and this, that, and the other, and they came to Abraham and they came to Isaac and said, "Man, why'd you do this? You could have got us killed, right? You could have made us. You could have destroyed us for this act of what you made us do." So it's very similar to what happened with Nero, to where he was basically, the way I understand it, he was in an act of debauchery. And basically, he was going to be used as a force of judgment, and he decided, and just like Pharaoh and Ahimelech didn't want to be used to sleep with Abraham's wife or Isaac's wife, he went and tried to smooth it over, right?
Yeah.
And so that's how he converted with that. But
So you actually think that Nero converted to Judaism, and that's what that means?
so there would have been no way for, if you know anything about the ancient myst, especially with the burning of Rome and him blaming, because at the time of burning of Rome, there would have been no distinction between the Christians and the Jewish people at the time.
Right. I get that
Right.
part.
So at that time when that happened, he was already obviously at the time of the burning of Rome. If you're going to blame quote unquote Christians, he probably had some advisors that were advising him on different Jewish affairs at the time, right? And not to mention his wife after that point. I forget, she died in like 65, which is the Pompeia Sabina. But she died shortly after the burning of Rome. But she was the one who kept, she basically persuaded him not to blame the Jews, like the Judean temple Jews, but more so this offset mystery cult.
Yeah, but he
right?
still sacks Jerusalem. He still goes and starts a war. Like, what do you think? I mean, what did that happen?
I've heard pretty good arguments that it didn't happen and it was attributed later, I think, by Tacitus and invented it or something. I've heard that argument.
Where did Tacitus write about it?
I've heard
nobody else. It's not in the early Christian
No,
tradition.
it's in Josephus. It's in Josephus. That Nero, and Josephus says that Nero sent Gessius Florus.
One source.
Josephus says that Gessius Florus was sent by Nero to go and take the money out of the temple, and that's what sparked the revolt.
Right.
Yeah.
And so what's interesting is that
commentary looking like there's no outside, like nobody commented on it. It was this one instance right here. This is the only mention of it.
I don't know, but
Tacitus says it. I have Tacitus on my bookshelf. If Tacitus says it.
Yeah, Tacitus talks about it. Antonius talks about it. I think Plutarch talks about it. I think Plutarch talks about Nero. I don't think anyone says he does. Nero didn't. I think that's a very established.
It's not, Neil. I saw recently. I think it was Chrissy Hansen actually was talking about it.
Really?
There were some good arguments.
This is the first time I'm hearing this.
Yeah, it's disputed. There's arguments that it didn't actually happen.
I can't say I don't know how true or how plausible it is, but this is the first time I'm hearing of it. And usually Romans are really good about recording stuff like that, especially with emperors. Come on. National celebrities.
What's really interesting with this,
that's all I'm saying.
With Josephus, is he not like Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai. Josephus had foreknowledge of this either death or conversion. Obviously, in Judaism, whenever you convert, it's likened to like you're dying to that old self. And so it's, you can be looked at. I'll also show you a couple more things. So Josephus, he obviously had foreknowledge of the same thing. Hey, saying that, you're not going to capture me, basically Vespasian, but God has put me in your hands. Basically, like there's some sort of prophetical encounter that Josephus had with Vespasian, which was very similar to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Like they both had foreknowledge of the passing away of Nero. Okay, and it just so happened that Nero kind of disappears from the scene at the time. But if you remember the Cymbeline oracles, Nero was very popular, and also in the book of Revelation,
he's healing the dead in that book. He's healing the dead, and he returns from the dead too.
Right, and you had the matricide, the one who kills his wife, and he's coming, and this, that, and the other. There's the return of Nero. It's actually very famous. You can go look it up.
Yeah, it's in a lot of my videos. He says from the line of Sebastianus, which is the line of Augustus, will be the Beliar, he calls him.
Right.
So Nero's in they say he's going to come back from the dead and all that stuff.
Yeah, and so the ancient world, especially in the mysteries, were very well informed with who Nero was, and he wasn't really dead. He just disappeared, right? And everyone in the mysteries knew that he basically went to Judaism. I'll put it to you that way. Okay, everyone knew that he basically went and became something else, and that one day he's going to return. The Book of Revelation even kind of corresponds with this, and there's two gematriot for Nero's name. It's 616 or 666. Right.
Beliar means the yoke of Bel, or Bel. Right. Yeah, that's
what Beliar is like Satan. It's another name for Satan.
Yeah, it comes from Bel. Bel.
So, And you know what's interesting? The date that he says that Nero died, right? If you go get that date, which is the 9th of June, if you go look at that date and you do a Hebrew conversion to see what Hebrew day of the year it was on that time, you're gonna find something very interesting. You're gonna find that it was the I'll share it with you.
What date are you talking about?
It was so if you go to a converter, he died according to the sources on Saturday the 9th of June on the 68, right?
68.
If you do a conversion, that's the 23rd of Sivan on the year 3828. What the 23rd of Sivan is very interesting is it was a memorial for the to remember Haman. And if you know anything about Haman,
The guy from the book of Esther.
right, whenever there was a decree that was annihilated.
Wait, no, that's significant because Nero is a lot like Haman. Nero plays that
so
role.
is Jesus.
Yes.
So is Jesus.
According to the
Haman is also compared to with Pharaoh and Herod. It's like this evil king character who
and
comes.
Jesus. They both say, "May his name be blotted out."
So it's interesting. On the 23rd of the month of Sivan, the decree of Haman at the time of Mordecai and Esther to annihilate the Jewish nation was nullified. And at that same date,
so I'm trying to follow you here. So you're saying that date that he did he die on that day or did he not die?
He converted on that date. I'm saying that was the day of his conversion, but according to the sources, he died. He killed himself on that day.
And you're saying he didn't actually kill himself. He just converted to Judaism and went to where?
Yes,
he disappeared to India or some shit.
He converted to Judaism and from him, he went to Babylon actually for a little while. Rabbi Meir.
That's true. That's what the Sibylline Oracle said, that he was he was going to hide out in the Parthian Babylon.
Yeah, with the rabbis.
That's what it says. That's what it says. Yeah.
Rabbi Meir. If you know anything about Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Meir is huge.
I wonder if that's even possible to prove, though. Like, I think it's just you can't get to it because Nero never returns.
You think the Babylonians would have written about it? The locals, they would have known it.
We don't have a lot of sources. The Parthians weren't writing shit down like the Romans were. We have like no Parthian sources at all, except for inscriptions. So wait, they didn't write shit down. There's a few things.
Can I just ask for a quick little thing? I believe Saul said Tacitus mentioned it.
Yeah.
Tacitus mentions Nero converted.
Oh
no. The only place you're going to get it is from the Sibylline, the Talmud, and the Book of Revelation.
What were you saying? Tacitus said.
He talked about the war. Tacitus talks about the war.
Yeah, of course he wrote about that.
Yeah, no, Christians destroying Christians burning Rome is what we were talking about.
Okay. I was like, dang, Tacitus definitely would have mentioned Nero converting. That would have been major in Rome.
Yeah. Is there more is there like more secret some type of implication about this?
It's
Nero
a huge
story?
implication. I'm surprised you guys didn't notice it right away. Huge implication.
I knew the theory that Nero was going to return and that he was either going to return from the dead or that he was hiding. I knew that theory was out there. I just don't know. I didn't know it was about him converting to Judaism though.
Right.
That's a whole different. That adds a whole new layer, and that's like
it's bodily resurrection. He's still walking around.
Yeah. It does it has a whole nother level, and if you're understanding the geopolitical, like especially if you're trying to understand this through politics and geopolitical implications, it kind of changes what we're looking at. Because first off, we wouldn't. How did Judaism survive through the destruction of the temple? Right? Why wasn't that completely annihilated? And how did they try to annihilate it, but then it ended up taking over the entire Roman world and everywhere else? Judaism took over everything.
Over the Roman world, though,
through conversion
to Christianity.
Yes, Christianity and Islam are both shades of Judaism.
Roman Nicaean.
This is what I'm saying, Neil.
No, I know you guys think that.
This is Maimonides. No, we don't think it. It's what happened.
It's just what it says. It's just how it is.
It says it's what it is.
Yeah, but you're missing. I think you guys are missing the whole Hypsisterian movements that are happening.
Those are all secret cults. Those are all secret initiation cults that were all.
These are like Saul said. These are proto-Kabbalistic mystery religions. Paul said he explicitly saw Jesus in the scriptures and in visions. He talks about
Right, but
someone he knows. Hold on, let me
about-
finish. Someone he says someone he knows was caught up into the third heaven, into paradise. This is clearly like ascension tradition, Merkava mysticism, proto-Kabbalah mystery religions that midrashically fabricated. And yes, the whole story of Mark is about fulfilling scripture. And then this prophet said, and then that prophet said. The whole story is written as a midrash, as a pesharim, to fulfill scripture. They concocted a Messiah from the scriptures. Two, with the soul of Moshiach ben Joseph, the Messiah of Esau, the Messiah of Edom.
All right, let me jump
to
in.
bury their idols.
You said a
All
lot
the
there.
ecclesia in Greece, all the cults that were already active for thousands of years.
But then it also that ignores the roots of this stuff, in my opinion, which is the Pythagoreans and the pre-Socratic monists. They're influencing so much this movement that
what about the Ebionites and the Nazarenes and the Essenes?
I don't think you can just say that it's Hebrew mysticism.
Who was James and Peter? Who was James and Peter?
People. What about them?
They were Torah observant.
Not Peter that we know of. Peter's credited as being the one
he supposedly wouldn't eat with the Gentiles.
That's true in that one text, but also that's another text where Peter says it's okay to eat whatever food you want.
Yeah. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm getting at is I think it's not just. I think there's a combination of cultures clashing rather than just one culture conquering the other culture, right?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, at what point as scholarship are we going to acknowledge that there are mysteries, there are esoteric knowledge that has been passed down throughout thousands, and even before what people call it, the Judeo-centric, mindset, there were always initiated ancient esoteric rites that were passed down for thousands of years, and that's why
that's in all the religions, though. That's in all.
Right. And so the difference between obviously why Hebrew is such a big, one person can look at it like this is because it was the one who conquered. It was the one who won, right?
Heraclitus was already rallying against idol worship way before he never even mentions Israel. He doesn't even know who Israel is. So this movement of saying idolatry is evil. You don't even need Judaism for that. You can go to the Zoroastrians for that. You can go to the pre-Socratics for that. Heraclitus, for example, and that's what all I'm saying is, look, I get where you're when you're looking at it. When we look at it from hindsight, we say, oh shit, Christianity conquered Rome. It looks like that, obviously, and there's some truth to that. But the trends were already in that direction anyway. Plato is criticizing Homer and Hesiod as this is outdated, this is bad for the youth. I think this is the mastermind of Plato at the end of the day. I think anyone conquered religion, it's Plato.
But you can see all over.
I was going to say, it sounds like there was just a populist kind of attitude against mystery religions for its, let's say, like less admirable traits, I'll say.
Superstitious. They thought of it as superstitious, and I think Judeo-Christianity.
Yes.
Judeo-Christianity tries to present itself as being more mature, more scientific.
When they latch onto the Platonists who already had the groundwork of trying to do more science and more, gathering of the libraries where they were doing more medicine, more astrology. Look at Hypatia. The Christians mutilated Hypatia for all we know.
And
she was a scientist. She was like the foremost astrologer.
And that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at is that I think there's a lot more adopting from the Greeks than there is from the Greeks adopting
way more. They use
it does go both ways. It goes both ways, though. By the way, Nemo history says any esoteric to say about Zebbatai Zevi. I mean, that's a whole. I have to get going. So that's a whole nother.
Yeah,
we'll have to put a dot on that for next time. Nemo, but thank you for the super chat. That's a whole nother topic.
Yes, it is.
I do want to wrap this discussion that we're having now up as if we can and give, we got like 10 more minutes if you guys want to finish up what we're saying and stuff like that. Yeah. Whoever wants to say anything about this.
Well,
I know you want to say something. Yeah, go ahead.
Saul mentioned like the secret of the last 2,000 years, like the Kabbalah secrets of Jesus. Can you summarize real quick what those are again?
Well, I think I revealed one of them today to you, and you think hopefully you guys could see what happened with the last 2,000 years of the nations burying their God from their own side. Okay, through the obviously we were passed down certain initiated, we can call them esoteric rites, like the Passover ritual, that through the exile we were able to disseminate the Torah, right? Disseminate the word of God. And so what we can see here with the secrets of the Passover lamb, how we were to hold it in contempt. So when we see when we hold Yeshua in contempt, right? It's for a reason. When we treat him disrespectfully, it's for a reason. It's an
Like when you
order.
mock and spit on the scapegoat.
It's in order so that the Egyptians will see that and they'll bury their God from their own side. And so whenever you see this literally happened throughout the 2,000 years of people, have you ever noticed, like, people, there's a lot of people really hate Jews around springtime, right? And that's because
Easter.
springtime is when Passover's at. Okay, just so you can look back throughout thousands of years, a lot of times we were exiled during those times, right? During that time, and a lot of times, oh, you killed our God, right? Because in the metaphysical world, or whatever you want to call it, the spiritual world, right? People's souls can feel certain things, and they feel right away like, hey, you're sacrificing my idol, right? You killed my God, right? And then so what happens here is if an ignorant person who doesn't know what they're doing when they're participating in Passover participates in it, God will bring the nations to punish them. And this is what This is what happens for the last 2,000 years, is people will think that we're, having a dinner. People will think that we're studying these ancient books because it's a history book. But in reality, these are highly esoteric books that are written.
So why do you think that in Elephantine they didn't write about Moses and Abraham and like Noah or anything like that? What do you think?
I think from what I've read about Elephantine, I think that we don't have all the correspondence, but from what we see of it, they were definitely interested in keeping this ancient rite of Passover. So there's things that we can infer from their interactions.
How you can think that, because the only time they hear about Passover is at the end, like when they get that letter from Darius in the Jerusalem.
Yeah. But this also shows that they had a either some sort of oral tradition, that there was once such, like, for instance, even in the Tanakh, in the prophets, we see that there was a time when there wasn't, like, I think it was Josiah, who we didn't keep a Passover for like 100 years or something like that, until Josiah came and he reinstated this Passover again, right? And it's written right there in the prophets. But even in that,
but that doesn't make any sense though, because all right, so the Passover papyrus, the one they call, it's dated 419 BCE.
Right at the time of Ezra and Nehemiah.
Yeah, right. Okay. So if Josiah was already talking about doing Passover, why would they need that letter if they already knew what it was?
They, like I said, they had oral traditions. They knew of that they had a Passover ritual. They didn't know how to keep it because they're obviously, people lose different traditions sometimes. There was a whole aspect of writing down the Talmud and the Mishnah and all that stuff. Like, we weren't even like, and this is also, you can see this in the regular written Torah, to where, we see certain commandments that were given to, like, Noah, like the rabbi, he was talking about it earlier, where they were given, it seemed like they had the commandments before Moses, right? And so they had like certain parts before Moses, but they didn't have the full thing, or they didn't have this, or they didn't have this part. And so
that's how Jacob studied Torah in the tents before Moses was given the Torah.
Right. It's in the aspect of because I think I said earlier, when we say Torah, we're actually speaking about like a divine wisdom that when, like, for instance, if I'm talking about, the Zohar or the Talmud or the regular written Torah, we call it all Torah, because we're talking about this certain wisdom, right? Like, if you were to call, the Torah is a certain wisdom that we
the four levels of understanding the Torah.
Peshat, Remez, Jos, and Sod.
Yeah, Sod, secrets. Can I ask you, Salt, do you recognize Jesus as the motif of Joseph. He's literally the son of Joseph in the New Testament, and the suffering Messiah Moshiach ben Joseph dies. The Kabbalah says, and Safaria says, that in Zechariah 12:10, the one that's pierced, the verse about him being pierced, that is Moshiach ben Joseph. Do you see him as fulfilling the story of Joseph in Genesis, where he's rejected by his brothers, sold by Judah or Judas, and then goes and rises up to rule behind the throne and get the ring of the Egyptian king? Is that what Jesus did in the modern day Egypt, the Roman Empire, Edom?
So I can answer this like this. The messiahs, right, and the attributes of these Mashiach ben Yosef, Mashiach ben David, right? And there's also another figure that people don't know about, but it's called Ra'am Ahimna, which is called the faithful shepherd. And so there's three of them, which are signified by Moses, David, and Joseph. Okay, we see this like in different places in the esoteric places where it talks about Moses and Elijah, right? So there are figures that in as far as like how we believe in these things happening. In short, yes, the aspect of Mashiach ben Yosef he deals with Esav. He is so there's Leah and Rachel, Jacob's two wives. Okay, from Leah comes Judah, who is David, which is signified by the Mashiach ben David. Right, Leah and then there's also Rachel, who she gave birth to Yosef, who is signified by Mashiach ben Yosef, right? And so there's these two women, and then they're also magnified by these two Mashiachs, right? There'd be these two different messiahs, and so when you look at it, Peshat, you can, and I'm not the only one. There's Rav Moshe David Volley. There's many other people who know the secrets of Jesus, right? And how Rav Shimon Kefa, and even just the interpretation of the Torah where it says that Jacob's going to go to Seir, right? He's going to go to Seir, which is Esau's land, which is
represents the scapegoat as well.
Right.
Earlier, Tovia, you guys were talking about it's Isaac Luria in The Gates of Reincarnation by Chaim Vital that says that Jesus or Yeshu is the reincarnation of Esau. So is Moshiach ben Joseph, it's like in Moshiach ben David, it's like the dualism, like the twin, the Jacob and Esau Messiah. One's for Edom to be rejected and go to the Gentiles. That's the role of Jesus.
So it's the secret of the ox and the donkey. Remember this, it's ox and donkey. Mm-hmm. In the Kabbalah, Joseph is always signified as an ox. It's called, he's the firstling of his the firstling, and it's referred to as an ox. This is also signified by
Zechariah 9:9. He comes in on the donkey.
You're right, and then
speaking of donkeys, right? So
speaking of fulfilling prophecy, obviously Jesus didn't really write in and go, what prophecy do I need to fulfill right now?
Yeah,
when they chant Hosea, also that's prophecy. They have the
esoteric text, guys. It's like somebody writing. Like if you were to think about somebody to write you an esoteric text with riddles and meanings hidden into it, this is what we're reading here. Okay,
I acknowledge that there's obviously at least some degree of that going on. I mean, maybe more than most.
Maybe what if that is it?
Well, listen to this. Listen to this. So at Knossos, there's a Bronze Age text about a god named Yawako or Yakos. It's the oldest name for Dionysus. His name is Yao. And by the way, Plutarch even points this out, that Yao or Sabazios is this Eastern Dionysus who the Jews worship. And this is
Yao in the ritual.
Yeah, this even gets into the whole goat Azazel thing, where there's two gods. One of them's the salvation god, the other one's the sin or the sin offering, whatever. But you listen, the name Yaakov is like his brother is Esau, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have Yaakov and you have Esau, and then in the Bacchae, the oldest ancient story about Dionysus is whose name is Yakos, and his brother, or not his cousin actually, who he steals the birthright from, Pentheus, then so there's a weird passage in there about making him drink soup, red soup, just
Wow.
like you get. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll send you the passage about
What's
this.
that from?
It's from the Bacchae.
Oh wow.
So
the Jacob and
Dionysus,
Esau and
the
bowl
Jacob
of
and
red
Esau,
lentils could be
and
from that, huh?
his name is Yaakov or Yakos.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so there are some people who think this is a variation on the name Yaakov, and they're
Yeah.
both.
Well, just imagine for a second, you're an ancient Jewish mystic in the land of Judea 2,000 years ago. And let's say you're really initiated into the secret mysteries of the Hebrew Torah, right? And there's a prophecy in the book of Lamentations. Imagine during the time of occupation, and you're under the occupation of somebody, and there's people who work with your occupiers and things like this, that, and the other amongst your homeland. But you're also a mystic for a second, okay? So like these secret mysteries and all that stuff. And there's a prophecy. It says in Lamentations, it says that her enemies have become her chiefs, her ravs, her, and some in the rabbinical in the Zohar, it tells us that the enemies of Israel have become the rabbis, have become the ravs. Okay. And so this is referred to in the Zohar many times. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Erev Rav, but we can talk about that another time, which will explain
mixed multitude.
Right, which will explain a little bit on how these ancient mystery cults, like how it really did convert a lot of these people, because you're showing a lot of the, like what you're saying about Bacchus and Dionysus and all that stuff. These ancient mystics all came across these things and were like, this is what we're already learning over here.
Right. Look at. So this is from Macrobius, but he's citing older texts. He's citing Orpheus. He cites a guy named Apollo Clarius. So these are fragments that are in this text from way before. And then this in Greek, Eis Zeus, Eis Hades, Eis Ilios, Eis Dionysus. One Zeus, one Hades, one Helios, one. Basically saying these gods are all one. By the way, and the name of this one. By the way, this is where this goes back into the whole Elohim thing, because it's a plural word being used as a one power, right? Yahoo, he says the name of this one God, that's all the gods rolled into one, is Yahoo. So he says the authority of this verse is based on the oracle of Apollo Clarius, in which another name of the sun is also added in the verse is called Yahoo. So Yahoo is this name of this almighty God. Look, Diodorus even mentions him as that. He says this is the see Musain, the God of Moses is called Yahoo, according to Diodorus. He spells it exactly the same. He even mentions in this passage. He even mentions Zarathustra. He mentions this God of Zarathustra, this God of Zalmoxis, and the God of Moses is Yahoo. And then look at this. This is the oldest fragment of the Septuagint that we have from Qumran. And look at Yahoo. The name, so that's the same God. This is ready for this? This is from the Chaldean oracles. All right. It says Bacchus, the summit of the mundane order. Dionysus or Bacchus was called by the Chaldeans Yahoo, the intelligible light, the Phoenician tongue, and he is frequently called Sabaoth or Sabazius in other texts, such as the one who is above the seven poles, the Demiurgus.
Wow.
Isn't that
in Hebrew, it's called Savuot, which is like of hosts, the Lord of hosts.
Lord of hosts.
And so the host in the Kabbalah, it's very interesting. The number 7 is very important in a lot of these ancient texts, right? 7 planets, seven, nations. And so what this in the Kabbalah,
think about it. There's no planet for Dionysus. He never got assigned a planet. He's above the 7 poles.
Right.
More that's why I tell some people. People are like, oh, Dionysus is just like another god, like all these other. No. If you read the Greek sources, Dionysus is special. He is put in his own
Dionysus
category.
is the son of God.
Well, there's a lot of sons of God, but you're right. He's the son of God.
Okay, let me rephrase that then. He's an older son of God. That's kind of what I'm reaching for, is like,
Apollo and Dionysus are both Bronze Age gods. You could say that. Yeah. Like if I was debating here, I would say, well, so is Apollo, but Dionysus is portrayed as the heir to the kingdom of heaven in multiple texts. Nonus talks about it in the Dionysica. He is the chosen prince of Olympus, and in Diodorus's case, He's the chosen heir to the kingdom of heaven by the god Ammon of the Egyptians. There are no other gods in any other sources that have this high of importance.
That's why Orpheus was so popular, because he was his prophet.
Or Orpheus was the high priest of Dionysus. He's also the son
Yeah.
of Apollo. But yeah, so this god Sabazius, Sabaoth, or Yao, it almost seems like what you're looking at is it's not that one copies the other. This is where people make a mistake. They'll say, oh, the Greeks are copying from the Jews, or the Jews are copying from the Greeks. No. They are both descending from a similar source. So there's an older.
You know what? I don't know. Many people haven't heard this about how like the Kabbalists think of this, where there's these same things coming up all over the place, right? And I think it's found in obviously other Mesopotamian beliefs. Where have you ever heard of like the 70 nations?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, like in the Canaanite, there was like the 70 sons of Asherah or whatever. There were these 70. There are these 70. It's very important.
70, and there's 70 gods that are worshipped in Assyria.
Right. So what's interesting is in the Kabbalah, we have a thing called the 70 faces of Torah, 70 interpretations of the Torah.
The name of the Septuagint is 70.
Right. So, and it's what it basically means is that
Jesus has 70 disciples too.
Yeah, the way we interpret the Torah is the creation blueprint, right? So basically what it means is like there is a way that people can like I said, like we've talked about it before, like obviously I keep using this interpretive mind frame from the Hebrew perspective, right? And everyone has their way that they can interpret things, and synchronism was very close to the way that they can basically, how can you process as much interpretations and make them all one, right? And then at that point, once you process all this interpretations, you make them all one, you got the truth.
That's what the Roman imperial cult was doing during the Augustan age, during the 1st century, and then even beyond that, the Severan dynasty. So during the Augustan period, they're trying to sync all the Greek religions with the Egyptian Serapis cult. And
you know about Serapis and Joseph, right?
Time they were bringing all the different gods to Rome.
Yeah, Serapis in the Talmud, they say that's Joseph somehow.
So while we're there, let's talk about Mashiach ben Yosef real quick.
I think it's the other way around. That Joseph is a euhemerized Serapis. That's what I think. But then as we progress through the Roman eras, the Severan dynasty starts to adopt more Eastern shit. They start bringing Christianity into the fold. One of the Severan empresses, Julia Mamaea, was a Christian noblewoman herself. So you start to see, and this is exactly what the Roman imperial cult's doing. That's why when people are like, Christianity took over Rome, it's like, no, Rome is just adopting all these other. They're taking over the cult.
Christianity.
Yeah, they're taking over the cults. That's what they're doing.
The Vatican is Rome today, essentially. That's like that's what they claim lineage. Like, at least.
Well, because they're in Rome, so why wouldn't they be?
But if you wanted to think about it, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to wrap your mind around it, it's like that is the remnant, if you think about that.
Yeah, of course. They're in Rome. Why wouldn't they be? It's the city of Rome. What do you think they're going to claim something else? I mean, of course they're going to claim Rome. But we got about. I gotta get going. It's getting late now over here. But you guys can both say whatever you guys want to say to wrap this thing up. You want to go first, Mace?
Sure, why not? Saul, very entertaining to listen to. There's a lot. That's a lot of information. And you said that's all Talmud, all of that?
No, it's Talmud, Zohar, Torah, Tanakh.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Josephus. We even went into Josephus a little bit.
Yeah, that was entertaining. Well, I just want to thank Neil. Thank you for this open forum. Been a fan of the show for years. Keep up the good work, man.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You're bringing the light to the world. Just information, and that's how misinformation dies. And
I'm just taking everyone along with me, the things I'm learning. That's all.
Yeah, and to all the points about the esotericism, we can't. That is a route. That is certainly a route. I'm willing to entertain every idea. I'm here for debate. I'm here for discussion. But I mean, in my opinion, and having studied, I'm a Germanic heathen. If my bias hasn't already shown, I'm not afraid to admit it. But there are perfectly, in my opinion, and based on a lot of the historical sources, I don't think it doesn't take esoteric, like all this Gematria and stuff and all these references. I don't think it takes that to simply say that there are perfectly worldly reasons why certain civilizations adopted Christianity and Judaism. Well, mostly Christianity in Europe's case. You know, I tend to use Occam's razor, like the simplest answer tends to be the correct one. And so basically in Northern Europe, all those kings that talk about rejecting, you know, the old ways, it always happened with the aristocracy first and then with the people. It wasn't a grassroots movement. It was always a gradient. And so all I ask is for everyone to think about that, the political earthly reasons as to why kings and emperors take up the cross instead. And sorry for, I'm a little short of breath. I'm walking around my apartment, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you joining.
Thanks, man.
Have a good
Really
night.
appreciate it.
You too. Have a good night. So you said you had a channel, right?
Yeah, I do have a channel. It's called The Garment of Asa.
It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube.
Garment. Let me pull it up, and I can show it on the screen so they can look at it. Garment of Esau.
Yeah, Esau.
Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. I just subscribe. Let me share it, mine, so I can share it on the. Oops, I hit the wrong.
Appreciate it. Thanks, man. I
Yeah.
appreciate the open forum. I thought this was extremely. I actually think it was pretty productive. I think that this is something that, you know, the world as a whole needs. We can come together, especially from my side of things. People don't talk too much to the outside as much, right? Or it's Erie can't explain it very well. And so hopefully I was able to explain something to somebody today, and hopefully someone would just hear the ramblings of a madman.
Well, I just thought it was fascinating because I mean, you're bringing up stuff I've never heard before in my entire life, and you know, I just wanted to, you know, pick your brain a little bit and see where it's all coming from, and it's fascinating stuff. So I'll have to check out your channel, and then maybe next time I come live, we'll jump on again. And we'll this discussion.
Yeah. A lot of studying, and I see you're a scholar too, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Okay.
That's it for tonight. And what do I always say? You have just attained true gnosis.